20% off Truck Stop Load Board Pro for 6 months. The best tool for serious carriers. Don't miss out. Click the link in the description to get 20% off Load Board Pro for 6 months. Need capital to grow your business or cover unexpected expenses? Rock Financial has your back. Whether you're looking for a flexible line of credit, a fast cash advance, or tailored working capital solutions, Rock Financial makes it simple to get funded, often in as little as 24 hours. No hidden fees, an easy application, and real support from people who know the business. Ready to take your hustle to the next level? Tap the link in the description to get started with Rock Financial today. Wish insurance was this easy? With LogRock, it's like magic. Real coverage appears when you need it. No tricks. Get covered now. Click the link in the description.
Warning: the following content contains strong language and may not be suitable for children. This content is primarily for adults, as this is a trucking channel and truckers have filthy mouths. Please don't tweak if I say viewer discretion is advised.
What's up? Come on in, guys. Make sure you guys hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on all post notifications. How's everybody doing this Monday evening? Come on in, guys. Guys, if you need commercial insurance, semi-truck business, box truck business, cargo van business, there's a link in the description for LogRock for all your commercial needs. Coming into business, you need commercial insurance. If you're up for renewal and you want to shop around, click the link in the description for the channel sponsored LogRock. How's everybody doing this afternoon? Special edition of the Wisemen Podcast. I see a lot of people in the building already, so I'm not going to do a roll call like we always do. I'm just going to get straight into it. So this is a special edition of the Wisemen. So some people probably like, well, where's Kirk? I'm just going to get straight to it. I ain't going to sugarcoat it. I ain't going to sit up here and act like he's sitting up here, but he ain't here. He pulled out. Pause. He pulled out at the last minute. I got a message, and he said, "Yo, I don't want to come on. I don't want to do it no more." So ain't nothing I can say. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all grown. I can't make no motherfucker do something that they don't want to do, that they agreed to do, and then decided that they want to pull out. So I'm here, and we just going to roll with it. But we got a special guest in the building tonight. He's the largest box truck content creator, in my opinion, in the space, across all spaces. We got Sam from the Box Truck Bros. What's going on, Brody?
What's up with you, man?
Chilling, man. So, man, we did this critique. We did this reaction. Now, we weren't the only ones who did a reaction.
That was
video. Hell no.
I ain't see. You know, it's funny. This is my first time seeing it. Somebody just sent it to me probably like last week, and I said, somebody did a reaction video, because I'm not really active on YouTube. You know, like I try to be. I was like when I first started, but I'm way more active on like Instagram and stuff like that. So I have not seen no reaction video. But when I seen it, I'm just, of course, I'm hearing y'all feedback and y'all opinions. I'm like, oh, this what people really kind of think or got to say. So I'm like, all right, I gotta say something.
Well, I know when you get millions and millions of subs across different platforms, I wouldn't expect for you to see every reaction, but when you get that big, people gonna react to your content. But no, we actually reacted to it a little bit later. We like people was jumping on top of it right when you came out with that video. I think we reacted to it maybe like maybe a week and a half later. It wasn't right away, but we definitely weren't the only people that reacted to it. But out of all the reactions, you seen mine, so
Yeah.
hey, you know what I'm saying? Cool. Who sent it to you?
One of my boys. Well,
Okay.
one of my boys. He actually kind of followed you. I guess for like the final mile kind of stuff. I think he followed like a couple content creators, and
Yeah.
then the other day, you're like, Mark and them had did a reaction video to the DOT stop, and I said nah. And I went to your page. I tried to find it. You got a bunch of videos, and I'm forgetting that it's actually 4 or 5 months old. And I'm like, so he sent me the link, and I watched it. I'm like, okay, this what it is.
Let's get into it, man. Let's get
For
into it.
sure.
I'm here. Let me know what you want to talk about.
So I kind of want to I watched it. I kind of stopped, probably like halfway into it, just because I just kind of felt like I felt defenseless, I kind of felt like I had, it was two perspectives. I think, your perspective, some things you commented on, I think you gave a lot of credit on certain things. From a business professional standpoint, I think your boy Kirk, I think he had such an emotional response to a lot of things that discredited a lot of stuff, and I really wasn't, kind of messing with that. But I think we should roll it from show some of the clip,
Okay.
at the beginning,
From the
and
very
then
beginning. Is this
I
you
was
don't got? I know you said you didn't have no time stamps, but where would you?
I would
Because it's a
say
lot.
I would say
Go ahead.
I would say probably from where y'all started critiquing it on the papers, the organization, the comb and the beard, stuff like that.
Now the comb and the beard was a joke. I gotta get some satire in here to keep the engagement up. Now, big dog. I know you ain't finna.
Nah. It's
get on.
not true. But also on that video, I think I got a lot of responses from like people like, oh, he's combing his beard, like, or he did this
Oh,
while police is there.
in your comment section.
Yeah,
Oh, you
for
talking
sure.
about?
Yeah. A
Okay,
lot of
okay,
people
okay,
like
okay.
this dude is not professional. He pulled out a comb. I'm like, bro, it ain't that deep. Like, I'm not bending over or like I'm not about to switch up and become a yes man because I'm getting pulled over by police. Like I ain't about to switch up. Like I'm here for a DOT stop. As long as everything is straight, like me combing my beard. Plus I'm
Let me
on
ask you
camera. I
this:
got to make sure it look full.
Was you combing the
It's
beard
already
because
tight.
you knew you? Was you combing the beard because you knew you was shooting the content, so you was trying to do some fly
Trying to make it
shit
look
for the
full.
camera?
It's
Okay,
it's
all right,
patchy, man. You know what I'm saying? I
all
don't
right,
got a lot, so I
all
gotta
right.
make sure it look full.
All right, bet. I get you. All right, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play it right here.
Stern. They're not laughing and playing with you. They've been on the job for a good amount of time where they got reputation. So a lot of the stuff that was shown in that video was stuff that is not a surprise to me. Um, given I think the officer was very professional, but most of it was him holding back because if you look at his demeanor, even when he asked certain questions, he know you were giving he know the bullshit. And that's why I try to tell people all the time, like, y'all come out here and say stuff to these officers, like, you think it's gonna be the first you're saying it to them. These guys pull over truck drivers that got game on top of game on top of game, so there always gonna be some shit. So yeah, it wasn't a
Whenever you want me to stop it, just let me know.
No, yeah, you good, you good.
surprise in terms of the way the violation comes in.
Mm-hmm.
But also it wasn't a surprise that it was another content creator and who it was coming from. None of it was a surprise to me. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just, you know, I mean, I will talk about it, but it wasn't a surprise to me, bro.
All right, let's
All right, so
I guess let's
yeah,
I guess
pause right there.
mm,
So I think I said, of course I can't talk to him, directly, but I think that for comments like that, when he says like it's not a surprise that it's a content creator,
mhm,
right? And when you say I'm not surprised it's a content creator, I think it discredits everything else aside from that because I'm not just a content creator. I'm not just someone who out here creates content and sell courses. Like that's a part of it, right? But I've also built
mhm,
a seven-figure business. I've also scaled up to 7 trucks, all paid off. So when you talk about running a seven-figure business, employee business,
mhm,
when you say that, I think it sounds something in the sense of because he's a content creator, he doesn't know XYZ, or he's not familiar with this, or he's disorganized, right? Then on the
mhm,
other hand, you could say, well, if you do run a seven-figure business, why is XYZ, right? So, but I
mhm,
think that like from that perspective right there, I think it's a discredit to like I'm not surprised in the sense I thought you should be surprised if you see someone who built a Landstar who has a bunch of trucks and built business. I think you would be a little surprised of like why are you getting violations? If you've been in business for 4 or 5 years, why are you not on top of your game like this? So
mhm.
that's just my kind of take on that perspective in the sense of like I'm not surprised it's a content creator where I feel like he's just put me in one box, but forgetting about everything else I built.
Mhm. Yeah, I wish he was here because I feel like a lot, like I said, I think a lot of your because you already said my critique, it was unbiased, and you accredited
Yeah,
me and you gave me my flowers for that. So I think a
for
lot of
sure.
your rebuttal is more so for him, and I wish he was here, and because now I'm sitting up here, and like
You
I
got to
can't
answer for another man. It's like
right
it's
I
like
can't, but here's the thing, I cannot answer for him. You know what I'm saying?
right.
Like his viewpoint and his stance is his stance. My viewpoint and my stance was based on what I saw in the video,
Hmm.
but then me and him kind of went back and forth where I would say, "Nah, Kurt, you gotta give him credit for this and da da da." You know what I'm saying? And I don't know, man. I feel in an awkward space, but I'm cool. I said I just
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah. Nah.
I know he's probably watching. So I hope
Hmm.
he kind of find it somewhere, find that little whatever it is that he need to come up here and be able to stand on the critique. I hope he find
Yeah.
it and click the link and come up here and have this conversation, man. But
Yeah, if you're
it
gonna be,
is
I
what it
say,
is.
man, if you gonna have a platform and you want to react to the video, if you're gonna, like, I respect it. It's content at the end of the day. But
Mhm,
when someone is willing to kind of come on and had our dialogue and kind of clear some things up, because I think a lot of people also too, a lot of people have a false perception of me, because even in this content space, people
mhm,
judge you based off of what they know about you, of what you post. That's it. Like they judge your content and then they try to relate that or judge you as a man based on what you post.
mhm,
And I get a lot of that because people, that boxer space, oh, he's a guru. He thinks he's this. He's selling courses. He don't, I get that a lot just because of the followers and what I built. But
mhm,
a lot of people don't really, really know me personally outside
mhm,
of trucking. But also, too, a lot of people don't even do a lot of research on, like you guys did a reaction video of one thing that went bad. But
mhm,
like yeah, I seen you saying that I went on Angela Yee. It's not a whole lot of box truck people who's going to Angela Yee. There's no reaction video to that. There's no reaction video to damn he's built 7 trucks. Damn he landed a contract. Then it's only reaction videos to the negative because of course that's going to get play right. That's like people like that. But you got to really dive deep and know who you really kind of critiquing before you just speak on one negative situation, which of course I highlighted and I wanted to get out there, but
mhm.
you gotta really, kind of get to know who you are really critiquing because sometimes when you have an audience and you have a following, that could be portrayed onto them that he's this or he's that, so it's just it's a space.
Yeah, once upon a well, not once upon a time, like last year, at some point last year, I don't know, you must have been going crazy on Instagram. I'm not really, like I said, I'm older, so
Yeah.
TikTok and Instagram is not like I'm not I'm hip to it. Like, you know, I got a page. I don't really
I
posts and
seen it.
shit
Yeah,
like
you don't
that.
really.
Right.
Yeah,
And
not.
then, you know, people will send me shit like homies and shit. They'll send me shit. So I have it. So like when they want to share something with me or whatever, I'll use it for that. Right. But a
Mm-hmm.
lot of people at one point last year, when they was coming over and they was coming into my Discord, and the first question they would ask me if they got a chance to talk to me was what I think about the box truck bros. And I'm like, damn, like everybody was asking me that. Like they wanted my
Mm-hmm.
opinion. I'm like, man, I don't really have no opinion. Like, what do you want me to think about them? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? So people, I hear what you're saying because like for like a period of time, and the people that's in my Discord, they'll tell you, it was like every new person came and they wanted me. Man, what you think about the box truck bros? And I'm like, nothing. Shit, I don't know them. I'm not on Instagram. I don't really follow
Respect.
shit on
Yeah.
Instagram, so I don't really know what to think about him. I know he's big. I've seen him on was it Way Up with Angela Yee, the Way Up with Angela Yee
Yeah.
show. I saw the you did another big platform. I can't remember what it was, but you did another big platform. It's like you cannot not know who you are, right? But
Right.
I think people at that particular time, they wanted me to give my critique because they feel like, well, man, Mark validate him, then he good, so that they can go off and buy whatever it was. And I thought that,
Yeah.
like, damn, why don't y'all just do a little research and figure this shit out for yourself? But I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. So, but yeah, it is what it is. So, where you want to go with this, man? With this video?
So I mean, I guess I say a lot of the things that I kind of I've kind of I guess had to respond to or wanted to respond to was a lot of the comments that like I guess your boy Kirk had made.
Well, you can
So
talk about it. I'll try to. I can't
yeah, I know.
respond for him, but I know you don't know him. Obviously, you know, I know him through content. We didn't grow up together. I met him in the content create the same way like me and you dialoguing now. That's how we just, you know, over the course of the last 3 years, we just created this show.
Okay.
So I can try to answer what I think, why I think he said what he said, if you just let me know what you got written down.
Yeah. I think one of the next things that I kind of had down was I don't work. I don't work. When
I
I say an
said that.
officer.
So that was me.
Yeah.
But
You want
do you
to
know?
go to that part?
Yeah, because that has something to do with me, and I can
Yeah.
tell you why I said that. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Let me see if
I
I can
think it was.
find it. Let me see if I can
I
find
think
it
I was
here.
like, all right.
License, insurance, or registration?
Yeah, I do the license for registration.
You ever been through an inspection?
Yeah.
When's the last time?
It's been a while.
All right, no worries. You done as quick as possible, get you out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a couple of DOT issues. Is that the DOT number?
No. My other company.
Yeah, because the truck's not even marked properly.
What you mean?
There's nothing on the other side.
Yeah, I don't have the decals.
And you have to have the correct DOT number on there. It's got to say US DOT. Obviously, it's got to have the same.
So far he has the wrong DOT number, right? Because he has multiple companies. So if that's what I heard right, he doesn't have the proper decals on there because he said that DOT number is for his other company. I guess that this truck is registered to a different company, and he didn't have a placard on the other side, and he didn't have US DOT. He just had DOT in the number instead of US DOT. Is that right? Is that right so far from what I gathered from what the okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's about
Something
right.
you gonna add?
Right.
No, I mean you pretty much hit like the nail on the head. Yeah, that truck was under my other company, and I didn't take the stickers off. I didn't have all that stuff for that truck.
Okay. Did you say that I don't work yet part? Was that, did I miss it, or
Nah,
is it coming up? It's
nah.
coming up?
I think it's coming up.
Okay.
You know, when you form a business and you get ready to have, like, this truck is your truck, you finance the truck. Usually you don't have a decal that can go on and off, because if this the truck that belongs to the company, you're supposed to have a permanent, whatever you put in on the truck, it should be able to stay there. You see what I'm saying? Not something you can just peel off. That's usually go on a truck where you're renting or leasing, or you're running onto somebody MC number for a short period of time. And even then, sometimes they'll give you a hard time because in their mind, you can peel it off. You see what I'm saying? But it's supposed to be on the truck where it's supposed to be secure on the truck. You see what I'm saying? And
Permanent.
as I
That's
was
a good
saying,
point.
permanent. And
Go ahead.
That's a good point. Like when I got into business, we've always just did magnets, you know what I'm saying? But I did take that away of like, if this is your main truck, probably having decals. 'Cause I think you had said something like that too, where in the sense of somebody could just come and take a magnet off. A magnet could just fly off, but we've just been so used to just kind of like, yo, let's get a magnet. Let's kind of, slap it on there. We've never really even did like the actual decals. And I never really liked the decals because you ever try to peel some decals off? You know how much time you're gonna spend trying to, like actually like take them off or whatever case. That's why I never really did the decals. But when he said that, I was like, you know what? That's actually a good point moving forward. I may switch up to the decals. So I did like that part though.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it wasn't Kirk. It wasn't all bad then. It wasn't all bad. See, you learned something from an OG. You learned something from the
learned
OG.
something. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's game for even people watching, like because even when people ask me like, yo, should I get signs? What door magnet should I get? I tell them, yo, go get a door magnet. I never say, yo, go get a vinyl and slap it on there. I would say go get a door magnet, but that's what I take away from it.
Okay, cool.
as I was saying in my video, the other part of
But
it blew off.
yeah, I think you could fast forward past this part because I don't think it's right here. I think it's probably like maybe like a minute or two. A little past this.
Go back to the license and the way he looks. And when the officer asks him, do you have your license and registration? You see what I'm saying? And I'm driving now.
You're operating. What are you doing? Officer Macri, Mentorship Township Police.
How's it going?
Good. Just so you know, the stop is being audio and video recorded.
Okay.
Today we're doing motor carrier enforcement for inspections.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to open you up, okay?
Yep.
How you making out today?
Pretty good.
All right. You have license, insurance, or registration?
Yeah, I do the license for registration.
You ever been through?
I see what you're saying. I don't think he, like when he looked up there, I think he was looking at the camera to make sure it was recording.
Yeah.
That's why I thought, because he got a 360. Was I right?
Yeah. I was looking at the camera. Yeah.
All right. See, I'm keeping it fair down the line, man. I ain't gonna let nobody.
For the
You
most
see what I'm
part.
saying? Okay. The camera, so it's based how you move. The camera moves with you, right? So I think he looked up at the camera. Me personally, I don't think that was like a oh shit, I'm in trouble. Look, I think he was looking at the camera to make sure that the camera was moving, which let him know it was recording.
An inspection?
Yeah.
When's the last time?
It's been a while.
All right, no worries. You done as quick as possible, get you out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a couple of DOT issues. Is that the DOT number?
No. My other company.
Yeah, because
So right there, he says that the DOT number. He said no for my other company. So this, hold on.
Right.
Insurance, registration. What that mean?
The man don't work.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it's
Well,
right
you
here. I don't work there. That. What?
Oh yeah, I mean,
you're working since
yeah.
Sunday.
I don't work.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. That shit was funny to me though.
Yeah, he said it don't work.
Okay.
Hold on. Anyway, he got locks. Man, where you go, Kirk?
No, I'm here.
I don't understand why he brushing his sideburns in a time like this.
Hey, bro. Hey, sideburns is a little disrespectful.
Oh, which I'm an OG, man. I'm 45 years old. To me, they sideburns. What y'all call them now? What y'all
People
call
won't
them?
say I got it big, but sideburns, I'm like, all right, sideburns is that's a little crazy.
I mean, gee, I'm an OG, bro. They
I
sideburns.
feel you.
What y'all calling them now? Put me on game.
It's a beard, man. It's a
All right, dude. All right, I'm tweaking on that.
Okay.
No.
Having a medical card.
I got a picture of it.
You off Saturday?
I don't work. I have drivers.
Well, you're working today.
Wait. Hold on. He said he don't work. Is that what he said?
Yeah, he said it don't work.
Okay. Having a medical card.
I got a picture of it.
You off Saturday?
I don't work. I have drivers.
Well, you're working today.
Well, yeah. So yeah, I mean,
You're working since Sunday.
Yeah. Well,
What do you mean he don't work, Kirk? I don't understand that. What that mean?
The man don't work.
When he said I don't work, I got drivers. So I understand this is his company, and I'm making light of this. When you run the company, that's work. So is that like when because I'm trying to figure out when these shorties be coming up here and they say they just wanna run their business. They want to work on their business. They don't want to work in their business. So like driving the truck and shit like that. That's like a slight diss. Like he don't. No, I ain't no driver, big dog. I'm the owner. Type shit like that. Okay, I just want to make sure. You know, I'm getting old, man. I can't. All right. Yeah. That's the part you talk about.
That's the part right there. I think you had went a little more in depth about that. I think you had some more comments. You had some more comments on it. But
you want me to play it after this? I could play it all the way through.
Yeah.
Since you picked up the truck
since Monday.
Yeah, type shit. I just got onto the type shit. I've been using type shit. You know what I'm saying? So type shit. I'm trying to figure it out. Type shit.
Right. Well, when did you drive to? What you got? You said you flew from.
Hold on. We gotta go back. Hold on.
You off Saturday?
I don't work. I have drivers.
Well, you're working today.
Well, yeah. So yeah, I mean,
you're working since Sunday.
Yeah. Well,
no, since you picked up the truck
since Monday.
Right.
Well,
when did you drive to? What you got? You said you flew from Detroit to Alabama.
Yeah.
Where did you go from Alabama? Did you pick up the truck in Alabama?
Yeah, my truck in Alabama.
What day was that?
Sunday.
Okay. And then you went to where?
Man, you knew what you was doing. The way you edited, and you got the jingle music in the back. Man, you knew what you was doing, bro. You knew what you was doing.
For sure. That's why like that part right there. It was more like some like funny, confusing type thing where I'm like, the zoom in, you know, the way I edited, the way I kind of chopped it, like the music. Yeah, that was more so like funny. It was trying to like a confusing kind of thing.
Okay.
Tennessee.
Did you pick anything up at Tennessee?
Yeah, the lodge dropped off.
Okay, so then you were working on Sunday?
No, we're doing Monday.
If you're forwarding a truck to pick up a load, you're working.
Okay.
Do you understand? Because you're driving to that load.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to pick up. So Sunday, I was taking my truck to Chicago, and I was going to kind of head back that way. Then on Monday, I seen that like, okay, you know what? Let me find a load.
Okay. Do you log your hours?
Yeah.
You have a log?
Yeah. You need that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You know how to forward the log?
Yes, sir. Right there. Okay, left side, yeah.
Emmons and Mike?
Uh-huh.
Got it when it goes in. Your medical card.
Let me know if you want me to stop it somewhere, Kirk.
Yeah. Nah. You can go a little bit more forward when you start talking about the don't work. Yeah, it's kind of like you.
I talk more about the don't work.
Yeah.
All right, let me see.
I think it's like yeah.
I think he's unorganized. So from a business.
So when you come up here, you're sleeping in the truck?
Yeah, hotel. Cool.
And okay, you can't be just inside the truck.
Okay. Hey, cone.
I work on it. All right. Working on
organized. You know, he said something. You know, he said, I don't work."
Yeah.
So
you let it go.
Right.
He alluded to, man, I don't work. I'm the boss. All right. So boom. So now we can look at it from like this. Then, if you the boss, then this still ain't a good look because you're not organized. You should know where everything is at. The triangle should be in a case. The fire extinguisher should be mounted. All your paperwork should be in a folder.
Right.
Like, you know, I get the young generation, you know, they keep everything in their phone. You can keep, some states allow you to keep your license in Apple Wallet. My state doesn't allow it. You can keep your insurance like State Farm and Allstate. They'll let you add it to your Apple Wallet. You can add your cars and shit to your Apple Wallet and shit like that. But this is business, right? You have different drivers probably hopping in and out of trucks, and you should have a manila folder or some type of folder with all your paperwork in it. I think he's unorganized. So from a business owner standpoint, It's unorganized. That's what I think based off what I'm
I
seeing so far.
so 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 let me explain something to you about this statement. I don't work because I remember, and I think I spoke to you about this already. I
Mm-hmm.
remember when I was doing the whole entire mentorship stuff, and think I remember talking to one guy, and he told me he don't want to be no truck driver. He
Mm-hmm.
wants to come in, learn the business, but he's not staying in no truck.
Mm-hmm.
Up to this day, he's in a truck.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Because
Mm-hmm.
you, to some of them being in the truck, it is a this. It is a kind of looking down. So a lot of these guys, especially the ones that be calling you, and that's why you can't you can't get mad at the MGM for going in them sometime because they come up on your live with this cocky ass attitude. Well, I'm the boss. Well, how much truck you got? Well, I got 2 truck. How much you pay the drivers? Well, I don't know. How much you pay? They don't. You see what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
they come with this boss mentalities, a cocky mentalities. Is this big CEO type of shit? But then when they open their mouth, they sound like fucking fool, bro. Like they ain't got no sense. You see what I'm saying?
Here's
It's a
my thing.
flex.
Here's my thing with him. Now, since you told me 20 something, I kind of understand something. At the end of the day,
Yeah,
so I
we can
thought you was
pause it.
30, I thought you was 30 something. He told me you was
Yeah.
28 or some shit like that.
Nah, I'm 33. I'm
Uh,
33. Um, but yeah, so I mean, I guess even something like to like that degree, when he said
mm,
like, he said something about like a driver said he want to be a boss, he don't want to drive, but he's still working in a truck to this day because he has a cocky attitude. Um, I don't think that applies to me at all because I'm not still in a truck,
mm,
but kind of to that statement as far as, and I think you had said a little bit more
mm,
even after that, but it kind of what you had said to that statement in the sense of like I'm a boss or like I don't work. When I say I don't work, I say if you follow me even in my journey, I done went from owner operator to scaling in the truck, having drivers. I done went back to getting back in the truck. I done went to driving on the road with my drivers, 3 trucks, 2 trucks over the road. I'm driving myself. I'm sleeping in the truck. My whole journey has been me in the truck, out the truck. Because whenever you're scaling the business, a lot of times you don't even know how to scale, right? You learn how to scale from your losses or from your mistakes. So, like, if you never scale from 1 to 2, or 2 to 3, or 3 to 4, that's a different operational system. So you've been on an operator is a different business model than you having 3 trucks. And then it's a different business model of you having 7 trucks. Are you doing OTR? Are you doing contracts? So when I say I don't work, it's more so like I don't drive. So like
mm.
when he's asking me these questions about where is this at, where is this, or it was more so like, I just got in a truck yesterday. Like I don't like I haven't been because when Kurt, I think he said something like DOT know when you be bullshitting a little bit. Like they know when you running game or something like that. And that's how it comes across, right? Like, oh, I just flew in on Saturday. I'm taking the truck to go here. I'm taking the truck to go there. My whole motto was I don't work. I'm not really in the truck, so like my logs and everything and anything passes is not going to be anything of me in the truck or like my ELD time and stuff like that. Not like I don't work. I'm a boss. I'm too cocky to, you know, uh, be in a truck or nothing like that. It's more so like I don't drive,
I get you,
you know.
but it's
So,
easy to but you can see how it could be misinterpreted though. Now, I'm gonna give you because I'm gonna keep it a buck with you.
uh-huh.
It's your truck.
Okay. So,
So regardless of whether hold on, regardless whether you drive or you don't drive or you don't work or you do work, at the end of the day, it's your truck. So all I'm saying is this: it's just the same thing I said in the video. When you at the top, when the business is doing great, you get celebrated. You reap the benefits. But when the shit hit the fan, you gotta accept that too. It's your
yeah,
company.
for sure.
You
For
see what I'm
sure.
saying?
Yeah,
So
nah.
regardless of whether you drive or you don't drive, it's your truck. The truck is out
It's
there
your
without
truck.
no placards. It's your truck. When the truck
For
making
sure.
$1 million, it's your truck.
Yeah, it revolves and comes right back around to the same thing, which I take accountability for, right? Because like you say, it's mine, so it's
Mhm.
like the blame, everything is going to come back on me or the
Mhm.
company owner, right? So,
Mhm.
but even like that situation, and I think I kind of want to go into detail about that situation because how you said like he has multiple companies and stuff like that. So the whole thing was I have a contract, right? I got an OTR contract where I got team drivers on it. So that truck right there, as you see, did not have a sleeper, right? So I flew to Alabama to take the truck to go to Chicago to put a sleeper in it. That was the
Right.
whole goal. So, and this is why I say it's a great area when they was asking about, like deadheading and when was you actually working? Because
Mhm.
my whole thing was I'm gonna fly to Alabama and I'm gonna drive the truck direct straight to Chicago. I wasn't planning on taking no loads. But then when I got on the load board, I'm like, well, damn, you know what? Instead of just deadheading up there, let me just catch a load and make some money if I'm gonna go spend 5,000 on the sleeper. Let me at least make some money in transition, right? In transit there. So when I hopped in the truck, my old driver who I had fired, didn't have the truck was junky. Everything was, like messed around. I'm not down there in Alabama, so even as a trucking owner, when you have drivers, of course you have protocol, you have systems, right? But at the
Mhm.
same time, when you put these things in place, you know how unprofessional trucking is. Drivers
Mhm.
can abandon your truck. Drivers can
Mhm.
break stuff. Drivers can do whatever they want and not notify you. And of course, there's only so much you can know without you really being there. So I
Mhm.
do have a binder, DOT with all the things in there. I do have the fire extinguisher, the triangles. But when I get in the truck, I'm not really expecting. For one, I'm not expecting to get put over by DOT, but also too, when I'm in there, the truck is already kind of messy. So I'm like, all right, when I get pulled over, now and it looks a little crazy because it's more so about what was left over from the driver. I could have at least have all that stuff in order, but honestly, I'm not thinking I'm gonna get pulled over by DOT. But I was going deadhead to Chicago, didn't end up deadheading, and got pulled over. And that's why I say that personal conveyance
Mhm.
area is it's a great area because if you deadhead or if you want to drive to a certain place without no load on the truck,
Mhm.
technically to me that's personal conveyance if you don't have no load
Okay.
on the truck. But for them, I guess that's like you're still working pretty much.
So let me ask you this. So since that happened to you,
Yeah,
as far as you flying down there and the truck was just fucked up,
yeah, it's a
what
spare, yeah,
what have
spare truck.
what have you implemented some SOPs to prevent
I
that from
mean, so
happening?
nah, I mean because like I already got that in place. So like all my trucks got binders on it, all my trucks got the fire extinguisher mounted, all my trucks got like all that stuff is already on the truck.
No,
Um
that's what I'm saying. But have you implemented? Obviously, you have the shit, but
yeah.
you got there and the shit was like this. So have you changed your SOPs? Have you implemented SOPs? What have you done to change your SOPs or to implement SOPs to prevent this from happening? Have you changed some type of
Um
your compliance within your own company to prevent this from happening since that happened?
nah, because I
Okay.
mean like so like yeah, I've been in business for 4 or 5 years, right? So
Okay.
y'all catch the one bad inspection. I got many inspections that I pass.
No. I'm
Even
not talking
even
about the inspection. I'm talking
I
about
know you saw the
from the employee. Because
oh yeah.
how long were they fucking riding around like that? You see what I'm saying?
He gone. He gone though. Yeah, he got.
I
I mean,
know.
yeah, he gone.
But this is what I'm saying. For it to get to that point, have you tightened up your compliance within your company? Have you changed your SOPs so that it doesn't get to that point? Because it had to get to that point. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Nah, I haven't changed nothing. As
Okay.
far as what I train my drivers on, what to do, what not to do. Compliance, how to ride, how to do pre-trips inspections. I have not changed nothing since then. I got rid of the driver. We had 3 inspections after that with my new drivers. Everything passed. Binders. Fire extinguisher mounted, ELD good, triangles. The same thing I told my drivers from even with that driver. I say I think I do a good job of what to I guess enforce. Now I think your rebuttal will be, well, if you did a good job, it wouldn't happen. Right now, I get micromanaged and be every single day. You'll show me a picture of the triangle is mounted. Show me a picture of this. Show me a picture. I could do that, but I think it's really kind of standard in the sense of the documents being in one place, the signs being on the door. If anything happens with XYZ, let me know. But I have not changed nothing, and nothing, and we've been through inspections, and everything has been, kind of solid.
I was gonna offer you some, but forget.
Yeah. No. I mean, I'm not saying that in the sense of like I won't take nothing. Like I'm not looking for no advice. I'm just saying like you've asked me like, have I did anything to change it? I'm saying like, nah, I haven't, but I'm definitely open for like, yo, maybe you should try XYZ.
No, I was going to tell you. You just said what I was going to tell you. I would probably look into like something like Slack. I don't know if you're familiar with Slack. Get Slack, and every day I would have your over the road guys take pictures and upload them in Slack. And yeah, I mean, here's the thing: you got trucks over the road, and if it gets to that point, you don't want it to get to that point again. You know what I'm saying? Sure. It's your business, and I'm gonna tell you, won't nobody care about your business and treat your business the way you gonna treat it. And by you having trucks out and over the road, you're not God. You can't see what they doing 24/7. I'm pretty sure you don't have cameras on the truck, because if you had cameras on the truck, it wouldn't have got to that point. So I think maybe if you looked into Slack, the app, and then have all your employees sign up, and then every day, part of your SOP, they have to upload, the pictures of the truck, so you can look at the cleanliness and make sure everything is in compliance within your standards and within DOT standards, to prevent this from happening again in the future. I think taking pictures is good.
Yeah, no, for sure. I never, I never heard of Slack, but that's that's a good idea. I can't. And businessman, like I think how your boy said, I'm cocky and stuff like that. Like no matter how big a platform or how big numbers may seem, like I'm information you always gonna learn. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's from your own mistakes or from someone else, and it could be a small piece of information that you can implement into your operations that can tighten things up or just take you from here to there. So I appreciate that, Jim. I never heard of Slack, but I think that's also a solid idea as well.
Cool. Yeah. All right, where we going after this? So we got the what was we just talking about? The I don't work. Now, did you have? Well, you critiqued it from his perspective and mine, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
that was it.
Cool. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, what else? Where do you want to go after that?
This was something small, but I mean, I think it kind of plays into really talks about all that, just about like not being organized and stuff like that. Like this guy's not organized, his business isn't organized. I mean, I think when you judge one video, I think it's easy to say, like it looks like you unorganized, but also too, I feel like, when you kind of scale at a certain point, there's have to be some level of organization on the back end, right, to kind of manage and stay afloat in business. And, or it could or could not be, but I think that it wasn't nothing big, but that was just something small.
But hold on, before we get to that, we can only critique what we see.
For sure. Yeah.
So you just gotta keep that in mind in the future. That's it. You can only critique what you show for content.
I mean, yeah, but I show a lot though. I show a lot. I think y'all only critique which I wanted to critique. Because I mean, I feel like that's one video out of many videos I had on my page. That's one video out of many. My Instagram is pretty big. Like I'm sure that y'all have seen other videos that y'all chose not to critique. So this is not the first video.
That one went viral. That was super viral. We was one of the last people to,
in the YouTube space. Yeah, I mean, like, on. I guess you don't have Instagram, so I guess that's a fair.
I got Instagram, but I'm not like. I mean, bro, he's 46. I'm 45. So You know, and
Yeah,
I'm
ain't
not
on there.
saying that like we just not, you know, we what y'all call us unks and old heads and shit. Like we
I'm about to say,
ain't
I feel like y'all might be. I mean, you could be borderline old head unk. I feel like I'm borderline unk. I be getting called unk.
really.
I'm like, bro, I'm 33. I'm like unk now. They're like, I mean, you big bro, but you borderline unk. So I'm like, damn. I'm like, all right. So now it's like it's it's borderline. So
Right.
I kind of get that too. But I would say, somebody like I would call you unk. Because I ain't too much younger, but you ain't
Okay.
old.
No, I ain't old, but
Yeah.
you know, I ain't maneuvering around, but on the YouTube space, it was that shit just you couldn't escape that shit when you put that shit out. You know
For
what I'm saying?
sure.
So we had to give our reaction to it because everybody else
Yeah.
was doing it. So you know what I'm saying? So but it's all good, it's all good.
Yeah.
Where you wanted to go after that?
Something that you had said.
All right.
I said, because ain't no point to keep bringing him up. And this probably the last and only thing. Was you had said something like, if it was you, you wouldn't have posted a video. And
I
I
think
think
that
y'all
but
both kind of said something to that.
and I think
Um,
I changed my perspective though towards the end. I think.
okay.
But go ahead.
I kind
Go
of
ahead.
stopped like halfway through, but I remember you saying that. I think you had said something like it was a detriment. Like if I'm selling courses as a platform, and I think Kirk has said the same thing. Like how's he selling courses? And that's also a lot of the comments. This guy's selling courses, but he's getting put out of business, or he's getting violations. It's a detriment to your credibility if you are getting violations in trucking,
Okay.
which I don't agree on. But I don't know if you
Okay.
want to go into more. I don't know. You say you changed it. I don't know if you didn't change it. Is that
No,
is that
so when I said that part, it was based on the minute shit, like the placards. Like,
okay?
not the when I like the shit where he put you out of service, I think it was for the hub oil, some shit like that. If I can
Yeah.
remember. Like
Uh huh.
that type of shit, I can understand that. But like the placards and shit, to me, that's like Mickey Mouse, ticky tack.
Yeah.
Like to me, I'm just keeping it a buck with you. Come on, bro. You gotta know better than that, big dog.
Yeah.
You
For
know what I'm
sure.
saying?
Yeah.
So yes, for that, you know what I'm saying? Because if you are an influencer, right? So this is my understanding, bro. I gotta go back to the age difference.
Mm-hmm.
You being an influencer, creator, people are coming to you for information. This is the way like the younger generation consume information, right? When
Right.
I was growing up, we had encyclopedias. We had to literally leave the fucking house, go to the library, get microfilm. You know what microfilm is? You don't even
Nah.
know. Right.
Nah.
So
Nah.
this is how we had to research shit back in the day. We didn't have this. We had to literally go to the library, go in the dark room, find old fucking clippings and turn off the lights and put this shit on the wall and research with microfilm, books and shit like that. Y'all got
Yeah.
everything at the palm of your hand. And now what a person does to research, they go to you. They go to me. So there has to be some type of moral compass, understanding that, look, I am in a place where people come to me. And I'm keeping it 1,000. People do
Okay.
not do their own fucking research. Whatever you
They
say
don't.
once you get influenced is law.
Mm-hmm.
It's law.
Facts.
This is the young generation. If they like you based off your influence, whatever you say is gold. Period. So and I'm just speaking to you from an older black man to a younger black man. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be conscious of what you put out. So even when you're not putting some shit out, yo, I'm Sam. I'm from the box truck. I'm the largest box truck influencer. You see what I'm saying? So I have to make sure my shit is Trump tight all the
Right.
time, because there's
Right.
people that are looking up to me, and they just gonna mimic without doing any research, without thinking for themselves. Whatever they see me doing, whatever I say, they just gonna it's automatically law. So
Right.
That's where I was coming from. Now I can't speak for Kirk, but that's where I was
Okay.
coming from with it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I see what you're saying. So for me, my response is, I think kind of like what you said, right? Like when you have a platform, and you were saying like it's a detriment to your image or your brand or whatever. Like you wouldn't post it, right? But in this world, no man is perfect. In business, no man is perfect. Me,
Mm-hmm.
I don't portray to be nothing perfect. I never
Mm-hmm.
built this brand off of being perfect. I built my brand off of shedding transparency. I look out, I stay away from pages who don't show no kind of bad. I stay away from people who only highlight the good because that's not how the world operates. It's not, it should, right? But also, too, being a big creator, I can show you all my wins. I can
Mm-hmm.
show you when everything going good, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm human. I make mistakes. And that's one thing about even when you have a brand, like even my platform, I take full responsibility. I didn't have to post a video for people to see. I could have edited out any part I wanted to. I could have edited out, how you do content. I could have edited out the
Mm-hmm.
small stuff, the big stuff. I could have tailored it how I wanted to. But when I say this is good content, because that's what I do, I post content. I'm not here to sell you on anything. I make money off trucks. Like that's my business. I make money off trucks. The content is extra income. The
Mm-hmm.
courses is it's not my main source of income. I do 7 figures off of my trucks alone.
Mm-hmm.
So me putting out content is more of like I'm gonna be transparent. And if you don't rock with me because I'm not trying to paint an image of perfect, then that's
Mm-hmm.
cool. But like I can teach you, I can tell you what to do. I can tell you, hey Mark, when you start your business, you gotta have, the sounds on your door. You gotta have XYZ. All that stuff I know. But if I fail to do it, that don't mean that I don't know what I'm doing. That don't mean I don't know how to run a business. Now you can look at it in the sense of, well, why would I follow you if you didn't have this in order? There's things that happen. Like when I went to go get the truck to pick it up, I didn't know signs weren't on the door.
Mm-hmm.
I could have waited another day or two to go get magnets. I probably could have went to Walmart and did all that. But I say, you know what? I'm gonna take my chances. This is what I chose to do as a
Mm-hmm.
business owner, my
Mm-hmm.
choice, right? And I paid the consequence for it. But I
Mm-hmm.
don't portray myself to be perfect, and I don't try to come across as perfect. But I think when you had said that you wouldn't have posted it, I feel like that would have been a fake move. I feel like that's what people do is they don't post their L's. They don't show their losses. Because I highlight my wins, I highlight my losses, and this is an L that I learned from. And it's like we don't keep pushing. And also too, it's content that other people can learn from. So all your content and the transparency don't always gotta be a benefit and a W because it could be 10,000 people who had something negative to say, and
Mm-hmm.
100 people could be like, damn, I learned this. Or damn,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even know about a hub sale. Let me start checking that. So I feel like all that stuff kind of comes with the content, but that's like my take on the transparency and
And,
not worrying about,
and, and,
how
and
I'm looked at.
and I think that's ultimately because towards the end, I kind of changed a little bit because we reacted live. I didn't watch the video prior because
Okay.
we streamed this live, right? So
Okay. Okay.
once we decided that we were going to react to it, we didn't
Mm,
watch it because we wanted to make sure we got our authentic reaction while it was
gotcha.
live.
Gotcha.
So
Gotcha.
at
Gotcha.
first, I'm in my head, I'm like, man, why are this shit crazy? Because in my head, I'm like, man, this shit making Buddy ass look crazy right now. But then once as we went through it, and then he got to the hub, and I'm like, okay, I can see how this is educational, but I don't look at it like, you being perfect. But what I do want you to walk away with after this
Mhm.
conversation is because I don't know if you understand it. I was telling this to another creator, early this year, last year. I said, a level of responsibility. Now you may
Mhm.
not think that, but because you are where you are in content creation, you got to keep in mind that you want to have that level of responsibility when you're out and you're operating, even when you're doing your content, because people are consuming. And I don't
Right.
know if you know how influential you are and where people's mindsets are is how they consume information. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think yes, okay, cool. But just going forward, just understand that, you know what, to be where you are in content creation is a great responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
You could look at it like, man, I'm just putting out content. It's every man for themselves. You could look at it like that because you're not responsible for the next person, right?
Right.
But, you know, moral compass kick in. Like, look, I'm in a position. You can look at it like this is a great responsibility, and I want to make sure that I'm doing the best that I can because I'm very influential, and I know people are following me, and they're going to just take what I say and do at face value. So
Yeah.
but it's all good.
Yeah. Now, I think sometimes I don't look at it like that, right? Because like I kind of look at it in that perspective of I just create content. You know what I'm saying? But I do kind of see what you're saying, where it's like people don't do their research. Some people may only look at you and what you do for X, Y, Z. You know, so it's like if you're gonna be up here and you in a large space or you have a large following, you should probably present yourself or even make sure that you're in your P's and Q's, not only just for yourself, but also for people to kind of follow and mimic as well. You know, which I do. I do take that as well. You know, so
because and it's just, I try, you know what I'm saying, my best with like younger guys. Because I don't want to like feel like I'm little boying somebody, but because I'm older, lived a little bit longer, been in business longer and shit like that, I try to. It was a video that kind of went viral. I don't know if you've seen it, where Buddy was dry humping the steering wheel while he was hollering at a chick. You seen that video? It kind of went viral a few weeks ago.
Man, I know you're talking about them. That dude crazy.
So look, I critique that. Right? So look, somebody was watching me critique it. You know, I'm cracking jokes and shit. I'm doing, you know, I'm reacting to it because it shit went viral. Somebody literally, because the phone number was on side of the truck, literally while I was live, called him like, yo, Mark reacted to you. He called, he was a little nervous, but he ended up wanting to talk to me on the live stream like a few days later. And he was kind of standoffish, like, man, I'm just having fun with it. But then I told him kind of like, bro, you dry humping the truck, you ain't got no seatbelt on. Your DOT number is on the side. He didn't realize the repercussions that could be behind it. So as an older person, I'm like, bro, listen, your DOT fucking number is on the side of the truck. All it takes is one hater to go ahead and send that shit in to the FMCSA, and boom, you go book a load. Yo, your shit shut down. Yeah, I ain't look at it like that. You see what I'm saying? Right. He just having fun. So whenever I get a chance to talk to an influencer, you know, and like, yo, look, this is what people looking at this shit. You know, we talk about generational wealth and all this shit in the black community and this, that, and that. All right, so if we the leaders, then, you know, we got to be the people that's paving the way.
Yeah. And
am I wrong or am I?
No. Now, you're definitely right, you know, but also, too, I think that, you know, some people, you know, which is when you get in this space of content, you know what I'm saying? You know, especially like in this day, all different kind of content. I've built this brand and I built this following on like just kind of like just going, just finding my space, like my lane. Some people in content, like they do things to go viral. Like they do things for attention and likes and comments, right? Like they, you know, so it's like when people kind of get in this space of, you know, you doing this thing to get a reaction or to go viral, sometimes, you know, that don't always lead to, you know, where you think it's going to get you. It can be some kind of repercussions behind it. You know, like it's funny humping the steering wheel, but like you say, from the perspective of, yo, this your company, you the owner, you humping the steering wheel, you get a lot of funny comments, but that's on Instagram. But when you talk about actual law and DOT and FMCSA, like it's a lot of things behind that can kind of come with it. So I think that some people, when they get into content, depending on what your content is, that they don't think about that. And that's on all levels, not just trucking, just content in general.
Yeah. But you know, I ain't gonna do that shit no more. I'm just gonna start minding my motherfucking business. Yeah, because when you tell somebody, yo, and I'm not speaking about him, I just saw something, right? You tell somebody, look, this is why you shouldn't post that, because it'll be a motherfucker that ain't got shit to do with shit. That's a person that you know in real life will see that, or somebody just don't like you for whatever reason, and then they'll send that shit to the FMCSA. Right?
Facts.
But when you say that type of shit, or when you try to be a responsible person, somebody say, oh, you hating. That was a hate move. Why would you? That's hating. I'm like, how the fuck is it a hate when I'm literally trying to say this motherfucker business? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start minding my business. And when I see motherfuckers doing shit that's crazy, and I could step in and be like, bro, you shouldn't do this, and this is why. Because a person who's doing that, they may not understand the repercussions. They may not understand that it's people out here watching that will go hate on you. You see what I'm saying? But when you do that shit and you say that shit, or you go out your way, don't do this. Oh man, you a hater.
You come up, you know,
I ain't gonna do it no more. Don't worry about it.
People gonna laugh and joke, you know, like I say, from that perspective, because people think the shit funny. Like they think the shit funny. But when you at a certain level and you see shit from like, you see how you can go left, it's kind of like you in a maze. When you looking at over top of the maze, you can kind of see where shit going. You can kind of be like, yo, bro, you don't want to do this, try to save your face for people. But yeah, it come across as you hating or some shit like that. That's why I don't even, bro,
It's funny. It's funny when you doing it, but then when you get out of service for doing it, the people that was laughing and saying you crazy hell, it turns to, oh, you stupid as hell. Why would you do that? You see what I'm saying? Now you dumb as hell. You see what I'm saying? So
that shit flip.
Right. So don't put yourself in that situation, because the cheers that you getting for the shit that's funny, the same motherfuckers, they'll tell you stupid as hell for doing the shit. That's your business. Why would you do that? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
I think that was it for me. I say for the critiquing. I had something else. I think it wasn't that deep. It was more so from like when I first watched the video, I had an opinion. I'm like, these dudes critiquing my video, but I kind of felt like, I'm like, man, they ain't got the space to be critiquing me. You know what I'm saying?
What you mean? How I kind of felt. Oh, what?
I felt like y'all didn't have the space to be critiquing. Like,
what you mean?
Because I kind of feel like when I first seen it, like I say, I'm first seeing it, like I ain't never seen nobody do a reaction video to me. I ain't never seen nobody like outside of like comments. Like this is my first time seeing it. So as I'm watching it,
that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, how are you this big and you ain't never seen reactions
I'm in my
to your
lane.
video?
I post my content and that's it. Like I don't be checking for like what other people doing. I don't be checking for like what
neither.
It don't come across my algorithm.
That's crazy.
Like if it ain't sent to me, or if it ain't like, I don't on YouTube. I barely post. I post on YouTube and I'm gone.
People critique me and it pops up in my algorithm all the time.
I've not seen one.
They tag you. I go and see a thumbnail with I'm like, damn, this ain't my shit. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah. No, I've never seen it.
But what you mean the space? I don't understand that. That might be a new word.
So when I was doing my research, like I said, I kind of feel like, I mean, I seen that I think you had trucks and then you kind of got out of trucking. I think you said you sold your trucks.
Yeah, I retired.
Oh, you retired? Yeah, and I think, is Kirk the owner operator or is it a driver?
He's still working. Yeah, he's still working.
Yeah, so like I kind of feel like at that point, right? Like not saying it's how to like, well, when I don't want to diminish or like disrespect, you know.
Say what you feel, bro. No. If you say what you feel.
Yeah.
But then it's gonna be but if you want to take some time to go do some research, I'll give you that time too.
No. But I'm saying like it's with all due respect, but I kind of feel like not even on YouTube, but I get a lot of comments where people have opinions and stuff like that. But I'm kind of like, you can have an opinion on something, but like, it's kind of hard to throw rocks at the top. You know, it's kind of like, it's like, if you haven't.
So that's why Kirk said you that's why Kirk says you cocky.
Nah, but it's not cocky, right? Because it's still in the sense of like, you can have an opinion, I guess. Everyone is free to have an opinion, but like, when you kind of riding so hard about, yo, what you should do, or you can't do this, or it's like, do you know what it takes to build a business? You know, so it's like, when you think about if you have one truck, and one responsibility.
Stop. You just asked, was that a question directly? So you got two guys
No,
that are critiquing,
yeah,
and you
no,
ask, do you know what it takes to build a business? That's the question you asked, right?
yeah, that's what I said.
What you think?
What do I think? I don't know why you got out of business, but I would
Hold
say
on, hold on. That's why I said, do you want to go do your research first? Because you said, do you know what it takes to build a business? So you got two guys.
so.
Let me just put hold on. I'm because I don't want you to jump the gun. That's why I want to give you an
Yeah.
opportunity to go do the research. You said, do you know what it takes to build a business?
Yeah.
As if like y'all niggas don't, y'all ain't never did nothing. Y'all ain't built nothing. You see what I'm saying? So because that's what you saying. First you said, y'all ain't got the space, and do you know what it takes to build a business? So that means you ain't did your research. I got people that work for me that have worked for me that are literally in the chat. So
Yeah.
maybe you should go do your research first.
So I think it's two things, right? So and I guess you could say like when you say build a business, right? Like you can build a business, you can get out of business, you can sell it, you can go out, you can choose. I don't know why I think you built the business. I think you have trucks. I know you had like the final mile contract. I know I used to see you scaled to I don't know how many trucks, but you're doing the final mile with multiple trucks, right? You can build something up, but it's also like sustaining it. Like I think it's like it's easy to go out and get 6 trucks, 5 trucks, but also too when trucking has changed and then the market that we in and people still I didn't see people go out of business because they can't afford to stay in business. So you can build a business up to the point where it gets to a point where you built it, but you can't sustain it or
go do
whatever
your
happened.
research. Go do your research.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably go
because I think you when and I'm just going to be honest with you and I don't want you because I don't want the conversation. I don't want to have a conversation when I know, and don't take the word ignorant. Ignorance, the definition of ignorance just means a lack of understanding, a lack of knowing.
Yeah.
If you don't know the full story, you probably should do the research first.
It's
because Kirk ain't here, so I'm speaking. I'm qualified.
It's a two-way street though.
No. Hear me out. I hear what you're saying, but you said you don't have the space, and have you built the business? All right. So I have the space because I built businesses.
Okay.
I'm credible. I'm not on Instagram. I believe if I was on Instagram, I wouldn't be as successful as you. You know why? Because I'm straightforward. I'm a straight shooter. What you said earlier is exactly what I do on YouTube. I highlight all the shit that a lot of motherfuckers don't. You know why? Because good is good. If it's good, it's good. It's the shit that motherfuckers don't know, they don't foresee, they don't expect is what fucks them up. And this is the shit that I focus on. You know why? I'm going to tell you why. Because I got years of experience and I can relay my experiences to the audience. Okay. I know what it's like. I know what it's like to get a truck roofed. I know what it's like to get sued. I know what it's like when you scale your business and your employees start counting your pockets and you deal with the jealousy and envy shit. I know what it's like to deal with roguish ass niggas because all of my employees look just like me. So I talk from a full scope of experience. I started in 2010.
Okay. I hear you. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing about, if you haven't. I say when I'm looking at it and I see, I don't know if Kirk an owner operator, right? Like I said, I'm not saying you specific or him specific. I'm not sure his background. I'm not sure. I, of course, haven't done my full research on you. Just like I feel like y'all didn't do y'all full research on me, right? So it's like when you tell me go do your research, I can tell y'all the same exact thing. Go do your research. I didn't critique. I didn't come and give my opinion. I didn't do nothing. Y'all critiqued the video of me, but y'all didn't do y'all research. So in the same breath, you can't exactly tell me to do my research when y'all haven't did y'all research. Just like y'all have an opinion, that's my opinion. So when I'm seeing the video of, you who I heard you say that you get out of trucking, and I see a guy I'm thinking he's driving the truck, so I'm guessing he's either owner operator or work for a company. That's my opinion. That's what I'm gonna think. I kind of feel like you critiquing somebody or having an opinion, a strong opinion about what I don't know how to do or how I run my business when I've been doing this for 5 years. I'm still in business and probably one of the toughest times where people are getting out of business. I say, I don't know the reason why you got out of business. You could probably share that. But to still be in business 5 years later and still thriving and probably, like I said, I don't know exactly y'all situation or whatever, probably a little more successful in the trucking space, then I kind of feel like it's like, currently, right? Like, I mean, if we, and it's no shade, it's respect, right?
No,
so
no,
like,
no.
say,
Listen. Go, and I'm not gonna take it because clearly you don't know. The reason why I haven't done the research because I didn't critique you. I just critiqued that one video and what I saw in the video. I think a lot of your
no.
hold on. Is
Okay.
because you said it was more from how Kirk critiqued it. Because I actually gave you flowers, but you didn't see it.
You did.
Because you didn't watch the video.
The four. Yeah.
Right. So I gave it somewhere within the critique, but then at the end, I said, yo, this dude knows something that we don't. He can show us something just like we can show him something. You didn't get to that part. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But
yeah.
I didn't critique you. I only critiqued, and I didn't, make any, anybody that watches me know I don't go personal. I just keep it right there, right?
Yeah.
So I don't need to go research you because my critique wasn't on you or the history of your business or whether you're successful or not. It was just based on that. Right now, what you're doing is you feeling a certain type of way.
No.
Said no because you use some strong words. And now I've encouraged you. If you want to critique an individual,
right,
man, y'all ain't in the space.
Right.
That's outside the realm of the content. Go do your research. Man, y'all ain't, this, that, and the third. You don't know what we've done and what we've accomplished. You see what I'm saying? So it's going like, you also alluded to you being up here, right? And I said that in the video. I gave you that.
Yeah.
So if you up here and we watching something we can't react to, if you're a content creator, you're under the thumb of scrutiny. This is what you sign up for.
For sure.
I've been scrutinized. You know what I'm saying? I just see the scrutiny because I'm not as big as you are. You know what I'm saying? And to be honest with you, I don't aspire to be. But when you create content, you're gonna be there's a whole sector called reaction content.
Yeah.
And this is just the first time that you've got reacted to. And the reason why I could tell is because the first time it happened to me and I realized it, how you got, that's how I was.
Yeah.
And somebody had to sit me down and say, look, this what come with this shit. It's what you signed up for. This ain't the first time. It ain't gonna be the last time.
This is why I said when I first seen it, because I never seen a reaction video. I said my first thought when I'm first watching the video, this is my first thought. That was my first thought is when I'm watching the same way y'all critique it live, when I'm watching y'all critique me live, my first thought, my first perception was XYZ. As I start to listen more, then I'm like, okay, you know what? I respect the opinion. You know, it ain't nothing like that. But I said that was my first thought.
That's not what you
These
said.
guys are.
You said you respect my opinion and you call him a hater. That's what you said.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, when I say like respect the, I guess like you or whatever, yeah. But I'm saying like I respected it, but when I first seen it, I'm like, who are these dudes to be critiquing me when X, Y, Z? But I just started to watch it, I seen that it wasn't necessarily like that. I'm like, all right, cool. You know what's not? I guess that's what they do. They do reaction videos. Came from, you know, a good place. But that was my first initial thought. Nothing personal against y'all, but that was my first initial thought. Same way you said that y'all critiqued it live and y'all didn't watch it before that. I ain't watch it. You know, but as I'm watching it, the same way you probably thought when somebody critiqued you is like, who I guess is, because you're always gonna think about who's critiquing your video. If you see someone critiquing you, you want to look at who's the messenger, right? Like you're gonna look at who's actually saying these things about you, and then I guess you're gonna have an opinion based off of whatever you see or whoever critiquing you. So that was like my first initial thought, but it ain't like no malice or like nothing like that.
No, it ain't malice, because if
Yeah,
it was that, we wouldn't even be here. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So,
yeah,
I it's just a reaction. You know what I'm saying? So we weren't the only ones. You know what I'm saying? So, but you know, it is what it is. Like everything that I said, I kept it on the content, and like I said, you recognize that, and
I did.
you said, man, I respect your unbiased. You know, now you feel differently about the other gentleman. He decided that
Yeah,
he didn't want to. He accepted it, but then he pulled out. You know, I can't. You know, I'm cut different. You
yeah,
know, if I say something, I'm gonna stand on it. You feel what I'm
right,
saying?
right.
So, but you know, I don't think you should. I think you, based on what you're saying, I think you looking at it personally. And you should look at it. You shouldn't look at it personally. You should just look at it for what it is. It was, you know, from the way I reacted, it was all based on
The
what these
video.
two eyes seen in the
Yeah,
video.
what you see,
That's
yeah,
why I'm
yeah.
saying I feel like, you know, I'm getting from what he said, because I did the show with him. So there was a lot of his critique, these guys and these, you know what I'm saying? So then that kind of veers somewhere different. Now I understand that
Yeah,
when I do the show with him, like, listen, you ain't the first person he done. A lot of people got an issue with him. You know, he's an immigrant, he's a Jamaican, and I'm not saying Jamaicans are a certain type of way, but if you go watch his
yeah,
content, he's very vocal, you know, and you know, how you feel and what you said, you ain't the first person. Like we literally did a live stream last week with another creator, and he was telling me, man, Mark, you got to stop collabing with him. The
yeah,
reason why that show, I'm gonna say that show now, because you know, after this shit, you leaving me just sitting up here, you know, flapping in the wind, is that show now. It's a wrap.
yeah,
Work is because, you know, you got one guy who, like you saw, I'm going to keep it on the content. I'm not going to veer off. You're not going to get that I'm trying to think of a show where it's like two people, maybe like not First Take, but where you got one guy who's just I'm gonna keep it, I'm gonna straight line, but then you got the erratic guy. You know,
yeah,
that show needed him. Where I'm kind of like conflicted now is like, okay, if you're gonna be the erratic guy and these views are how you feel, then you have to be able to have these types of conversations when certain individuals that you react to come up, because he actually reacted to the video on his own channel without me. But see, you'll
I
never
didn't know
see that because
I
but see,
didn't know
that's
your
what
channel.
see that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm cool. You can feel the way you feel. I don't think you should take it personal, whether you feel a certain type of way from what I said or what he said. Because, and I'm telling you this because we ain't the first people. We ain't gonna be the last people. It's just you're oblivious to it because you somewhere else. You see what I'm saying? So I wouldn't take it. You know. I didn't have some knockdown drag out debates. I actually enjoy it.
I like a debate, you know, and I like a debate too, because like I get a lot of hate. I mean, I don't know why, but I feel like it's one thing about like, all right, this is my opinion and this is like a critique or whatever, but it's also too like, it's like people come from a space of like, I hate, and I didn't have comments like, yo, I hate you. Like, yo, like if I ever see you, I'm gonna do X, Y, Z. And I'm like, bro, I ain't never talked to these people a day in my life. But some people legit come at me from a place of hate, you know what I'm saying? And it comes from like that. It's like personal, as if like I did something to them. You know, so it's like when I'm watching something, right? And you have two people on the show, you and like another opinion, right? And I feel the personal attack. I feel the even, yo, he's 28, he's this, he's, you know, like it's just like as if you know me. Like, bro, you don't know me. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of things just felt personal as if I did something to them. So
okay, in that video, where did you feel like I personally attacked you?
No,
because Kirk ain't here.
Yeah, no, that's why I said this is why I said it's not you. I said when I'm watching the video, it's two of y'all on the screen. So when I'm watching the video, y'all both going back and forth. I'm saying this is how I felt, where I'm like, I don't know if y'all co-hosts, I don't know, but I'm saying as I'm watching the video, I felt like, okay, he has a good perspective, but who's this guy? You know, like for him to be saying all this, like, what do you do? You know, so it's like that's the personal attack. Is like, if it's coming off personal, I'm gonna feel personal because that's what it was. I feel like his response was a little personal, like a little like out of a place of like emotion, like I don't like this guy. I don't. He's this and he's that and he thinks he's this. And like I say, bro, if you watch my if you went and watched any video of mine from the beginning, even my YouTube, when I was sleeping in the truck with me and my brother, we both doing Amazon. I'm sleeping on the seat, he on the floor. How do you call? Like, I'm not cocky. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? But I know who I am and I know what I've built. And if you actually knew me and see my content, you wouldn't think I'm cocky. You know what I'm saying? But I think you see one video and you say, yo, he's cocky, he's this. You know, but I think that was more so of like, it just felt personal. You know, not against you, but I say my first opinion when I'm watching it is, damn, like this is what you got to say. Like
that's to be honest with you, you just that's just the first time you've seen him. But if you look at the comment section, you'll see people's that know him from content. What they're saying is just how he is, and I'm not saying that to. I'm not trying to, protect him or anything, because I'm in a situation now where I'm doing this show and he pulled out. You know what I'm saying? To me, and I know he watching and he know how I am. That's some whole shit.
For sure.
You see what I'm saying? So I'm
If he was up here, me and you probably wouldn't be having a whole lot of conversation. It'll probably be a lot of back and forth with him because I respect your opinion, right? And I think, and I can kind of see where, because I have seen some of your content, right? And my boy has shot me. I think I hit you a while back when I thought about doing.
You DM me like 2 years ago.
Yeah. Because I was gonna get into that space too of doing the appliances and stuff like that, because I think I seen you say something about if you want to scale in business, it's easier to scale doing the local contracts rather than OTR and stuff like that. And I was thinking about going down that space, which is when I had hit you. And we never kind of, it never went after that, but I do respect your perspective and opinion, because I've seen some of your content. Like I've had people come to me and tell me what you do, and you giving out a lot of game on the 3PLs and stuff like that. I know a lot about you from one of my boys who's got into that space too with the furniture delivery and stuff like that. So I don't, like I said, me saying who are y'all and what y'all built. I know what you've built or what you've done. I don't know how in depth, but that comment wasn't more so to you. But I say for him, if he was on here, it would probably be more of more communication back and forth.
Y'all be arguing. Y'all would be going back and forth. So it's almost like it's because I don't know,
I would have some questions. I would have some questions for him that I would need answers to. You know what I'm saying? I say because if you say something right and you feel some kind of way, it's okay. That's why I say like when you say some things, now you gotta watch what you say, you know, or something like that. But if you say something, you know, you can stand by it or critique it in a space where you can speak up for yourself. But I think when you just saying anything, and then if someone comes on a platform and want to speak to you and question you about what you said and get these answers, but then you kind of not even man enough to kind of either come on and like this is what you do. I guess I'm guessing this is what y'all do. Y'all, you know,
What?
y'all critique and like the
Mm,
platform. Like
nah,
like
nah. I mean, sometimes if it's a viral video, we'll
also
react to it.
so this show
But
is not
most
between both of y'all. It's not like y'all
so
show.
this is just that actual episode is a show that we do as a collab. But that like when I do content, I do it for the most part by myself. We'll come together and do that particular podcast together because
Okay.
you get overall perspective. So my money
Right.
was made in moving and Final Mount, moving company and Final Mount company.
Yeah.
He's an OTR guy. So you're
Okay.
getting
Okay.
OTR, you're getting moving, and then you're getting Final Mount. So when we come together, you're getting all three of those things
And one.
at one time. I don't really, you know what I'm saying? So we do that once in a blue moon. It used to be once a week, like a couple of years ago, but we kind of, you know, just kind of veered away and we came back and we do it maybe like one episode a month.
Okay.
But you know, that's just how he is. I'm not protecting him. You know what I'm saying?
No, I get it.
It's just your first time seeing him. I already know that going in, and like like me sitting up here looking crazy. Like this ain't the first time, but I just can't continue to you know.
Has this happened before? Where like I guess you brought someone on and then you don't want to, I
Well,
guess, live up to it.
he's left me hanging before in similar situations. So
And it's a big space, man. You got a nice size following, nice decent crowd on here. People want to hear, you know, it's take. You know, people, you know, this is. I think some of the clips I posted on Instagram was, you know, something what he said or something like that. I think this is what people,
yeah, and when you the way you clipped it, like people came and I had to block one dude because he just wouldn't quit. I just said, man, dude, I'm tired of getting notifications with you. He just going I'm like, damn. And I think ultimately, and I'm keeping it in a buck. I think ultimately, this is probably, I don't want to say what he feared, but what he wanted to avoid. I think over the course of the weekend, probably when he thought about it, you know, maybe he was like, yo, you know, if this don't go my way or some shit like that, I don't, you know, because you got to influence. I got to influence. You know, somebody said, a content creator, he's in here too. He came over once, he said, Mark, you got a cult following. He's like, man, it's like your following, man, they, you know. So, you know, you probably have something similar on Instagram that if you say move, you know, you got people that are dox motherfuckers and all type of shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, so you know what I'm saying? So motherfucker told me that over here on YouTube. So he probably, you know, thought about some things and was like, probably went back and watched the video, probably saw the comment, read between the lines because you said, yo, Mark, I respect, you know, your unbiased opinion, but and then, you know, I'm just formulating in my head because he texted me. We had a brief conversation. The conversation was like, yo, like, you just gonna leave me hanging, bro? Like, I don't want to talk to him. So I'm like, well, you already committed. What about me? You dig what I'm saying? So,
see,
you know what I'm saying?
Like I mean, like even that space right there, right? Because I feel like if you want, I don't know, I just feel like if you want to say something about if I'm gonna say something about you and you want to come over and say your word, I at least want to hear you out. Like I will at least want to hear what you got to say. So maybe you can change my opinion. Maybe I had the wrong perspective of you. Maybe I may have said something that wasn't right, you know, and maybe what you may have to say in response to that, I may, you know, have a different perspective of you, and we just have an open conversation, and you know. It could be whatever, you know. But I just feel like, yeah, bro, like you could have. If you out there, Kirk, man, you could have hopped on here, man. You know, it ain't nothing but a bunch of men talking. I ain't a 20-year-old, you know, 33-year-old man just having a conversation with you off of your comments and what you had to say. And you know, I guess it wasn't enough for her, so it is what it is. But if you're gonna be able to critique somebody, say something about him, you gotta be able to at least say it to his face, you know, or virtually, whatever you want to call this. You know,
Yeah, man.
so
This content, man. This content space, you know, motherfucker, it get rough. Like even with what you were saying, as far as you say, you get a lot of hate and people have commented to your comment. But you know, the higher you climb, the more it's gonna come. Hate ain't nothing but cause I get it. Hate ain't nothing but envy. A person that just want to be in your situation, they want to be in your spot. That's it. That's all. That's all hate is, bro. For a motherfucker to wake up and to pick up their phone just to say I hate you, that's a motherfucker who ain't got shit else going on. So if they could switch places with you, they would absolutely 100% do it in a heartbeat. So you can't, you can't, and I think you know, from what I've seen, you know, you do a good job of avoiding it. But man, listen, the higher you go up, the more hate you gonna get, and the more hate you get, just man, that's you got to look at it as a good thing. You doing something right.
yeah, that's why I said I was looking at who's critiquing me, right? Like I said, you know, you said people envy you, some people what. That's how I'm looking at. Like, all right, if this is the hate and it's a person, like let me look at who you are, where it's coming from, because it ain't. It gotta. I can't. I don't know. I can't.
But we weren't hating on you. We weren't hating on you, bro.
Man, I feel like you was hating, bro.
Me?
I feel like no, that's you. I feel like him. Like I feel like I just. It seemed like. And maybe I don't know him. Like you say he do that with like everyone else, so maybe that's just like maybe he just has a perspective of not even understanding, and he just has a one-sided perspective.
All right, I'm gonna keep it a buck. He's an immigrant, bro. He's a Jamaican immigrant, and I'm just gonna keep it a buck. Fuck it, let's just cut through the chase, bro.
Those be the ones.
No, hold on. I'm gonna give it a buck, and some people may get mad. I don't. But I just most immigrants that come from other countries, black ones, Jamaicans, Haitians, so on and so forth, even Africans, they don't fuck with us, bro. They don't fuck with black Americans like that, bro. All right, so that's just what it is. They don't fuck with us, and the reason why is they feel the way they feel is because they feel like we are in this space, this country. And it's a lot of opportunity, and they feel like we don't take advantage of the opportunity. They look down on us. They make fun that they can come over here and pass us up. Not all of us, not guys like you, not guys like myself, but the shit that social media perpetuates and the media perpetuates, they put us all in this box.
Yeah.
And that's just what it is.
See, from that angle, I can see it a little differently. You know, it could just be not just it could be not a me thing. It could just be a you thing, and that's how you think of everybody. You know,
somebody go ahead. Somebody said Mark throwing his co-host. Somebody said Mark throwing his co-host under the bus. A co-host that's not here.
Hey, look,
how can I throw somebody under the bus that agreed to be here because it was a Wisemen show, and I'm here having an answer for the shit I said and the shit he said, and I've in some cases been defending them. I didn't get left. I didn't get motherfucker didn't leave. I didn't leave no motherfucker hanging. How a motherfucker gonna throw a motherfucker under the bus that got left hanging? You see, this is the type of shit that like we all get.
That nigga drove the bus.
Right.
He drove the bus and left you.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, I wouldn't consider this hate, but this shit don't make no motherfucking sense. So as a content creator, motherfucker gonna come in your comments and say dumb shit. They're gonna say hateful shit. They're gonna say shit that don't make. How much throw a motherfucker, a co-host, listen to this shit. A co-host that ain't even that pulled out at the fucking last minute. How can I throw a motherfucker under the bus? How? How the fuck can I throw a motherfucker under the bus that didn't show up for their own fucking show?
Not because he was sick. Not because there's an emergency. He just did not want to.
Right. So
he threw you under the bus.
I'm under the fucking bus.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Yeah. Motherfuckers will say shit that don't even make no motherfucking sense. This is what you gotta accept. Sometimes I'll engage with it. You dig what I'm saying? For fun. You dig what I'm saying? And sometimes I ignore this shit. It's not annoying. You know why? I agree, but then I disagree. The reason why I agree is because, yeah, if you think too much into it, yes, it is annoying. But you can't think too much into it because as long as you create content, it's never gonna stop.
It's never gonna stop. Facts.
It's always gonna be a stupid motherfucker that say some dumb shit.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? I'm just the brash motherfucker that sometimes I feel froggy and be like, that was the dumbest shit you could ever say. How can a motherfucker that ducked out on his show how can I throw him? I'm the fucking motherfucker under the bus. See what I'm saying? So
yeah. Having an answer for another man and, you know, what he said on your platform and then, you know, still be able to show up. Yeah, I mean, that's not, you know, I feel like it's I don't want to say disrespect, man, but yeah, bro definitely left you hanging.
I when, you know, and he knows my stance and we talk, but he knows I'm not happy about this. But it's all good. I mean, we can talk about some other shit though. You know what I'm saying? If you want if you want to chop up some other shit.
Yeah, I got time. I don't, you know, it's the show. You know, I don't know what topics you got. I don't know if you got anything you want to. I know you got your followers in here. I know you got. I know you want to take some questions. I don't know if you got some topics that may be popular, as far as what people want to know, what people may, you know. I know you do find them out, OTR contracts.
No, I don't do OTR. I do moving and find them out.
Yeah, no. I'm saying like I'm like more OTR. Okay. You know you like more find them out contracts. I don't know if that's like anything you want to chop it up though. I'm with it.
Well, is there anything you want to ask me? I mean, you pretty much led most of this. So if there's something you want to ask me, because you said, man, I don't know if you got the space. So you know what I'm saying? So you said you don't know if you got the space, but you said one of your best homies done told you that I'm credible and this, that, and the third. So which one is it, big dog? Let me
know. It's not. That's why I say, you see, you took that personal. You see,
I take it personal. I joked. I made light out of it. If I had took it personal, I would have went. No, listen. If I would have took it personal, I would have went down the timeline, and I didn't. That's why I said go do the research.
Okay. Nah. So it wasn't directed towards you. It was directed towards the what I'm watching. You know, so it ain't directed towards you. It ain't, you know, it's more so like of what I'm seeing and kind of what I'm gaining. But I would like to hear why you got out of business, because why you chose to, I guess, leave the space of trucking, or I don't know. I guess my question is, what was the final straw for you getting out of business and why?
If you had a good opportunity to exit, would you stay in or would you leave?
If I had a good opportunity to exit, would I stay in or would I leave?
Over a decade in business, not like till 2-3 years. So over a decade in business, you done made your money, trucks is paid for, all that shit. You done made your money, you got your investments, an opportunity arises, and you got a decision to make. What would you do?
I think, me personally, I would look at two things. I would look at the opportunity. I would look at where I'm currently at, and what's my goal? What's my end goal? Like, what's my goal after this? Am I comfortable? Am I complacent? Does it make sense? I think those are a bunch of different factors. I know it's all subjective to your situation and my own situation, but I think that, you know, if you're thinking about a good opportunity, yeah, the money gotta make sense.
So the reason why I got it, because it was the time. So I started moving. That was how I came in. I started moving, right? Scaled the moving company, got into Final Mile simultaneously, side by side. So I'm running a moving company and a Final Mile company. By 2014, I'm at scale, got into cross docking. I had a warehouse. So instead of me sending my trucks out to the suburbs to pick up the freight to go deliver it, the freight was coming to me now, right? So this is 2016, 2017. I'm at scale. right? So I started in 2010.
You was ahead of the curve.
I was ahead of the curve. So a lot of the rates that y'all see, both final mile and OTR, are similar to what they were back then. So for final mile, I'm doing guarantees 2013, 2014, 500-600 a route. Bob's is paying $650 a route today. The difference is back then, labor was a lot cheaper. Insurance was a lot cheaper. Trucks were a lot cheaper.
Right.
So my margins were bigger, which allowed me to make a lot more money early on, which ultimately was one of the factors why I was able to scale so aggressively. 4 and a half years, I was at scale. Right. So trucks are paid for because I acquired all my trucks cash except for 2. 2018, I started to see some funny shit. 2018.
Within the business or within like outside of business?
Just in culture.
Okay.
Just in culture. So back when I got started, it was easy to acquire people. There was no gig economy. There was none of this shit that, people have a lot of options right now for work. Back when I got started, it was either you worked, you sold dope, or you was broke. So being in the moving business, I'm just going to keep it a buck. Moving, roofing, you get what's considered a lot of undesirables. Now, there's employees of mine that are in here watching, but they can attest. So felons,
right?
People who can't get other opportunities, right? This is labor-intensive work, moving. This ain't no college scholars applying to be movers, right?
Nah.
So it was easy to get those types of people. Like, you didn't have to go search for them. They would come to you and everybody that you had working every day. Mark, I got somebody that want to work. Mark, I got somebody that want to work, right? So as years went on, about 2018, you see this gig shit coming in. I saw that was going to be a problem, right? I had an exit of 2025 anyway, right? So I saw this gig was going to be an issue because a lot of people were starting to do it. And remember back then, like 2015, 2016, like the ride share shit, it was paying exceptionally well because they were scaling. So they were paying the drivers really, really well. I had some former drivers or former workers for B that had started doing it, and they were making great money. And I said, yo, when this gig economy continues to grow, it's going to be harder for me to get workers. Now, unbeknownst that in 2 to 3 years, what happened in 2020 was going to happen, right? So I already had my exit for 2025. 2020 hits. Pandemic. PPP.
Yeah.
Niggas. Now, mind you, 2013, I came off the truck.
Yeah.
So 2010, 2011, 2012, I'm sorry, I came off. 2012, I came off, right? So 2013 through 2020, I'm off. I have to come back out. So you talking about a 30-year-old guy that started in 2010, now I'm 40. I haven't really been out in the field consistently like that in 7 years. I'm 40 years old now. Right. So I'm back out every day. Can't keep workers. Everybody got PPP. I remember hiring some people. They weren't lasting. I remember one specific guy. He came. I just needed people. So I was taking anybody. This motherfucker didn't have a belt. I'm trying to do shit with him. I'm back out in the field again. So I'm steady working with this motherfucker. He steady got to pull up his pants. He steady got to check his phone.
Yeah. You're getting the bottom of the barrel.
So the people that still working, they got money now. Mark, I need a week off. I got to go to Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
So it just became. So I'm like, shit, this shit is rough.
Yeah.
So luckily for me, and this is why I think a lot of people like me. When the money was really, really coming in those early years and throughout that decade, I
Mm-hmm.
did what I was supposed to do with the money. I changed my exit date from 2025 to the end of 2022. Now,
Okay.
mind you, I'm back in the field every day, 2020, 2021, 2022. Now, I've done scaled all the way down at this point.
But actually, what'd you scale from when you at your
From my
peak
peak,
to?
my peak was 15 trucks. I hit 15 in 2014.
Okay.
So now
That's
I'm
all.
back down to one truck.
Mm.
Like over the course of 2020 through 2020, I think I was running a couple, and then I'm back down to one. Right?
Mm-hmm.
2020, 2021, 2022, I'm out there. 40, 41, 42. Just straight moving now. But I'm beating my body up every day. Now, mind you, there's days where I'm out there and 3 men and one guy don't come. The guy that don't come is actually the guy that's been with me 8, 9, 10 years, rotating. So
Mm-hmm.
now I'm out here with a guy that's new.
Yeah.
So I'm doing most of the work. My exit was December 2022. By July of 2022, I had beat my body so bad. My shoulder was gone. My left shoulder was gone at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I looked at, I can't remember, it was in July or August. I looked at the books, and the last thing that I had scheduled, I was scheduled to October. I think it was like October 12th. I said, I'm not taking shit else after that. I told the people that would still work for me, look, I'm done.
Yeah.
Fuck this shit. I'm selling, I'm gone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I worked, I muscled through. I'm dealing with half a fucking shoulder.
Right.
Fucking right knee gone.
Doing those appliances, doing our labor.
No, I wasn't doing the play. I'm doing, at this point, the final mile is done. I'm scaled down. So we just doing strictly moves. See, moving is where the
I
money
just doing strictly moves,
Moving is where the money at. This is how I
like
started,
household moves.
and this is how household goods moving. This is where the real
Yeah.
money at.
My brother do that.
Don't nobody want to do it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, nah, it's a lot.
So
You make money in peak seasons.
shit ton. The summer,
Yeah.
like spring, summer, you
Yeah.
if you really
You
know what
funny.
you're doing and you in the right market, you'll make so much money April through the end of September that if you don't want to work October through March, you don't have to.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So, but by this time, like, I'm shot, bro. Like I'm done. My body was done. So
Okay.
soul shit walked away.
Okay. So I guess my question would be, when you hit that point, right? Because I think that's also like, I think I'm the opposite of what your business model was, as far as moving, the appliances, the labor, stuff like that. I'm more like OTR. Did you, because you was already in the space of trucking, when things weren't working out physically and labor wise, did you think of pivoting, or did you just didn't want nothing to do with the business at all?
I didn't. You know, when I would have thought about pivoting, only one thing would have had me think about pivoting, if I had to.
Okay.
And this is why I try to teach people that in business you always have to prepare for the storm, right?
For sure.
So what the pandemic did was it offered a lot of people an opportunity. All right, Warren Buffett said something: when people are greedy, you should be fearful, and when people are fearful, you should be greedy. What were people doing in the pandemic?
So with the PPPs,
Just the general consensus of people in totality. Okay, black people, because I'm dealing with black people. All my employees are black. So what was the general sentiment of black people during the pandemic? From a financial perspective. Were they greedy or were they fearful? Be honest.
they was greedy. Yeah.
There you go. And what
It
did
was
that present a business owner? What were trucks going for during the pandemic?
during the pandemic. Shit, I can't. They was up. The prices went up a lot. They went up.
Hmm.
When everyone was getting into trucking, they was. I mean, when I got my truck right before the pandemic, like
Mhm.
right before. I think I paid like 30,000.
So would that
I
present an
heard.
opportunity? So would that present an opportunity with someone who got older trucks?
What you mean? You said would that present an opportunity if someone got older trucks?
What was the opportunity during the pandemic? Let's say for someone with older trucks, would that present an opportunity?
I don't know what you mean by opportunity. Like as far as work or as far
All right.
as
So
as far as
when people are greedy, you should be fearful. When people are fearful, you should be greedy.
Mhm.
Pandemic offered opportunity.
Yeah.
It's just ignorant people didn't see it. If you're an investor, you're a business person, when is the best time to buy?
When shit is low.
All right. And when do you sell?
When shit is high. I don't know.
So
I don't do investment. I do
hold on.
invest.
No. So we're looking at it from a perspective of business. I'm just trying to walk it down for you.
Okay.
So from a guy who's been in business over a decade at that point, you still don't see where the opportunity lied for me?
I see what you're saying. Yeah. To
Okay.
sell. Yeah.
Exactly. Now, let's say I would have stayed in business. What do you think I would be doing right now? Because now hindsight is 2020. We in 2025. It's 3 years removed. What do you think I would be doing right now? I'll be kicking myself. I'll be kicking myself. You know why? Because there was an opportunity once in a lifetime, and I should have took it. Remember, I already had a 2025 exit.
Yeah.
My exit wouldn't have been as sweet if I would have stayed than if I would have took the opportunity then.
Yeah.
Because I would have been coming out in 3 months.
Yeah.
This is where I would have been coming out right now.
Yeah. I'm forgetting that you was trying to get out in 2025. Right. I'm forgetting that you was trying to walk away, within it, like you had an exit date that you wanted to kind of get out. I'm thinking that I thought your exit date was based off of where the business was kind of going. Like since it's kind of already going.
I knew. All right, first of all, I'm in Chicago.
Yeah, I know that.
All right, so I think you in DC?
Yeah.
Chicago, a tough market. I knew that you see what I'm saying?
OTR? Or
no. We not see. Let me walk it down for you. Opportunity is here. If you can't make it here, you fool. You worse than a fool.
Yeah.
But me and you think alike. You scale, I scale. What do you need at scale? People.
You asking me? Yeah.
People.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm dealing with a certain mindset of people. And around 2017, 2018, I said, yo, I can't do this, so I started getting affairs in order. Mindset started to change. I'm in a very labor intensive business. So I need people that are younger. I had guys at that point that had been with me since the early days that were in their 30s. They were 40 now. There's a guy in here that worked for me. He's 2 years under me. He had been with me since like 2013, 2014. A lot of these guys, they were aging with me.
Yeah.
But then the young guys, I'm running a moving and a final mile business. And you don't have a fucking belt. And you're carrying furniture up 3 flights of stairs. You can't stop looking at your fucking phone. So I can continue to want to grow old. Now I'm 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Is this something I had to make a decision? Is this something that I want to? See, you're 33 now.
Yeah.
When you get 38, when you get 39, when you get 40, you're gonna be looking at things different. If people don't show up, I gotta go do what it. I gotta get out there like I had to do in 2020. Nigga, I ain't finna be lifting and climbing no shit at 50. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I said an exit. I seen the direction the culture was going, not the business. My trucks is paid for. I got freight coming to me. I already have a book of business for moves dating back since 2010.
Yeah.
It's the people I didn't want to deal with no more.
I feel like
I'm dealing with them.
For sure.
I ain't got time for that, bro.
Yeah.
I don't want to deal with them at 50.
In that moving space, because I say my brother, he do that. He's the he does the, he get the leads from people. He upsell, book the job, then, send somebody out on it. He had his trucks and stuff like that. But I feel like in that moving space, I feel like you get a different breed of people. Now, not saying that you don't need OCR.
They're what was considered undesirables, but the undesirables a decade and a half ago, the integrity level from then to now is way different.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's way different because the undesirables then were just guys that had exes. But if they walked into somebody's house, they had respect.
Yeah. Now you got
motherfuckers that they're just ignorant, bro. And I'm just calling it, I'm keeping it a buck. You got ignorant people that have no respect. I talk to a lot of 3PLs. Like I do consulting, 3PLs, like a lot of the execs. You know what the number one issue is right now in Final Mile?
What's that?
Claims.
Oh yeah, that's why I never got into it. I heard about it. I mean, now I'm sure that there's a lot to do with your systems.
It's gone. It's gone up. Why? Lack of integrity.
Yeah. I think that's when I reached out to you about the Final Mile and stuff like that, I went and did I did some Final Mile with one of my boys, and he was kind of giving me like the in detail scoop on Final Mile, which is just talking about like, the claims. And when I seen that, I just said, I understood the business model of the scaling point with Final Mile in the contracts, but when I looked at it in depth and I seen how many risks that you're going to be dealing with, how many people you have to rely on to show up when things go bad, to, find consistent people. When I seen all of what it takes to actually run the operations of it, from risk to reward, easy to scale but hard to manage. I said it's too much that I'll be having to deal with, and one bad thing can kind of put me out of business. When I'm dealing with you're dealing with two people. Now you're talking about on the level of how professional, how much experience they have. You got a driver, you got a helper. Now you're talking about going into people's homes. That's just so. When you're talking about going into people's homes, I did the whole process. You go in there, you got to measure the door, you got to take it up a flight of stairs. You can damage that wall, you can damage that floors, you can slip and fall, you can do anything.
More opportunity for claims. Yeah.
Yeah. Freight is going on the truck, off the truck. Sometimes we don't even touch it. So it's less risk involved. It's still there. I'm not saying that it's none at all. But when I looked at it, I just seen that I'm like, it seems scalable if you have everything in place. But when I seen, I said, yeah, that may not be the route for me.
So that's where the integrity comes in. So you got a guy who's been around for a decade, and I'm looking at, I'm seeing it. You're seeing it from the onboarding over the course of my years. I'm just seeing the integrity and the mindset just change. You know what I'm saying? So, but these are the individuals that you have to rely on out in the field. Now, if I was in a situation where all those years when I'm making all this money and I wasn't appropriating it the correct way and I wasn't doing what I was supposed to do, then yeah, my walk away wouldn't have been a walk away. My walk away would have been just me driving a truck. Yeah. But because I did what I was supposed to do, my walk away was literally walk away and freedom.
Yeah. So in today's market, when I guess you're doing your mentorships, and you
I don't do mentorships. Never did a mentorship.
All right. Well, I guess
you can't pay me to do no mentorship. Fuck that shit.
Hey, bro, hey, look, if you go on my website, I shut that shit down too. I say I'm not doing mentorships, because when it comes to that, people, it ain't even about the money. You know what I'm saying? The expectation that people have, that they depend on you, how much you got to deal with, I say it ain't even worth it. Because I feel like some people think mentorship mean you gonna make me successful. I'm paying you to get this result. You are obligated to do X, Y, Z, and when I seen it, I'm like, bro, I can tell you how to build a business, operate a business, scale a business, do all that. But there's still a level of work that you got to put in. There's still certain things that you got to do, that you got to have in place. And some people ain't got it. Everybody not meant to run a business. Everyone's not meant to get into it.
Absolutely.
No matter how much you want to change your generational wealth and build this and build that. You got to be a different type of person to really get into business, especially trucking, because it's a cutthroat, easy to fail in this business. Easy to fail. Just because I'm successful don't mean that you're gonna be successful no matter how much money you pay me. So I kind of stopped doing that. But I was saying more so, I guess, in what you educate people, or if you were to give some advice, would you still tell people to kind of get into Final Mile, or what would you?
Absolutely, but every situation is different. So like yesterday, for example, I had a live stream yesterday, a call-in show. I do it once a month, and people just call up to. It's like a free coaching. Get my advice. A guy called up yesterday. You can go watch it. Everybody's situation is different. Just because I'm a trucking content creator don't mean I'm gonna always push you into trucking. This guy called up. He makes $70 an hour as a construction worker, and he said, "Mark, this is what y'all young people, because he's about your age. Man, I just want my freedom, so I want to get a box truck." So in my head, like, nigga, you ain't finna get no motherfucking freedom. You gonna have less free time getting a box truck than fucking going to work at 6 o'clock and getting off at 3 as a construction worker. But I'm right, and thank you. And I told him that. But it was a stupid motherfucker in the comment section said, "No, you gotta get it. You can make $7,500 a week." I'm saying, bro, the average box trucker OTR is making about $3,000 to $4,000 a week. No, they're not. They're making $7,500. You made $7,500. The average motherfucker is making $3,000 to $4,000. So anyway, this dude's making $70 an hour, and he said, "Man, I want freedom. I want to get a box truck." So after the conversation, because I got to pull information out of him to see where he's really at. This motherfucker got a paid off Hellcat wide body red eye SRT 2019 with only 4,500 miles. Yeah. He got a paid off i8.
Damn.
His rent is $750.
$750.
$750. He has no kids and no wife. And this nigga is talking to me about motherfucking box truck. You know what I told him? He's like, because I want to really get into real estate. I said, go sell the Hellcat. Go sell the i8, the $23,000 that you was going to put in. Now you got $100,000. and you asking me about a box truck. You got $100,000 liquid.
Yeah.
And you make $70 an hour. So you want to, I said, have you did a risk assessment? What's that? Have you measured the risk of all this shit that you finna give up to go drive a box truck in a competitive market, in a volatile market? You got to conquer the learning curve and everything else that comes along with it that we all know that I'm not going to go into detail. Are you willing to walk away from $70 an hour?
Consistently. It's going to be there. Like, you know that's coming every week, every 2 weeks. You know this is coming.
Mm-hmm.
You go take however much money and get it. Boy, you may not see another dollar after that. You may keep going into debt.
So I told him no. Like, you got, first of all, your real estate is in the Hellcat in the I-8.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I know, Mark, I fucked up. All right, well, he don't want to let the shit go. So you want to hold on to that. So this is where I come in from, just experience, life experience and business experience. I got to tell him, like, bro, you holding on to 2 cars that you bought the Hellcat in 2019 and it only has 4, because I work all the time. This is how I got the money. All right, well, if you ultimately want to get into real estate or you want to start any business, you're going to have to make sacrifices. You can get all this shit back. You see what I'm saying? So what do you want to do? Do you want to give up a $70 an hour job to come get in a box truck? Everybody in the chat is telling me, Mark, right. I'm out here struggling. If I can get $70 an hour, I'm going to go get $70 an hour. But he's conflicted. He's conflicted. You see what I'm saying? So, I don't push people towards trucking if they have a better situation, because he could take that $100,000 and invest that and continue to make that $70 an hour and be way better off. You and I both know that. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Because what he has, a lot of people that are trying to come into the box truck business don't have. They're getting to the box truck business so that they can build up a nest egg of $100,000 and they can appropriate that money somewhere else to create those multiple streams of income. He has the tools already. It's easier ways to make money if you have the tools.
Right.
Some people use the box truck business to acquire the tools. Money is a tool. See, people look at money the wrong way. I look at it as a tool.
Yeah.
Every dollar is a soldier. And I need every soldier working.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And that's what I instilled in him. I said, nah, bro, you got something that a lot of people wish they had. He could have put that $100,000 in an open door 30 days ago. It would be $200,000 right now. You ain't going to do a flip like that in 30 days. Yeah. Literally, open door was what, $4 about 30, 40 days ago? It's $9 right now, early when I looked. In 30 days.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So
it's I kind of move from like that same space, where like I don't push people into trucking because, like you say, I know really what come with it, and outside of the Instagram, outside of like the content and the numbers of what's out there, it's a space that you really gotta take your time trying to get into, or even think about if you really want to get into it. If you look at it from just a surface level of you can make X amount, but that's rare, and you don't start off that way, especially with the no authority stage, especially with the average person coming into this business don't have $10,000 saved. Everyone want to come in renting a truck, or financing. Then you get in, you don't have anyone to lease onto, or you want to do final mile, you want to do appliances, but now you got to find a helper. Now you train your time doing that. So it's like people like the idea of trucking and the idea of what you can grow it into and the kind of money you can make, but the amount of time it takes to actually get that down and that learning curve to find your niche. Because I always tell people it's a niche. Like you may be following me and think that you want to do OTR, but does your lifestyle fit that? Does what you have going on fit OTR? Like does that work for you? You may want to do final mile. Does that niche work for you? So plan A may not work, so you may got to do plan B. Plan B may not work, so you got to do plan C. playing COD may not work. Nothing may work, you know, but sometimes you may have to hit different opportunities to kind of see what works for you, because you're just following what I do, and what I do works for me doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work for you. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so I think that's something that people really don't think about, and that you can't really, you know, really get that down unless you do a deep dive into trucking and all different ways of, I guess, making money with it.
A lot of people don't realize majority of people that come into this business fail.
Yeah.
And you know, I
Professionalism.
try to put that in people's head, you know, when I talk to them that are trying to come into the business, because I try to scare the shit out of them so that they make sure they go out their way and do everything that they have to do to ensure that they're successful. You know what I'm saying? So the biggest issue that I see in this industry, and I'm gonna call this a buck, is people just don't understand their costs. Out of everybody that I've asked that has called up on my call-in show over the course of maybe 2 years since I've been doing it, what percentage you think of the people actually knew what it cost them to run their business? Just take a wild guess. Out of 2 years of me doing that show and hundreds of people, just take a wild guess at how many actually knew their cost in a percentage-wise.
You asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, from my experience of doing the same shit, probably maybe 1%, if not 2%.
0%.
Man,
not one
zero.
person. Not one person.
Yeah. Never.
And then they, you know, man, Mark, I'm fucked up out here, man. Can you da. The reason why you have longevity, the reason why I had longevity, is because I understood what it cost me to run my business. You don't scale if you don't know what it costs. See, you can never scale because you're not making money, because you don't know what your cost is.
Yeah. But you know what people think?
What?
They think that I need another truck so I can make more money.
I say that all the time. They think the second truck is the answer, but the only thing you're doing with the second truck is duplicating what you're doing with the first truck.
Twice the problems, twice the debt, twice the... Then they say I need another truck, and then it's... Now you think you're scaling in...
You just created more debt for yourself.
Yeah.
You have to master the first truck, and then you duplicate the success. A lot of people think the second truck equals profit. And to me, because I'm intelligent, I'm smart, I can't wrap my brain around why people think that if you're losing in the first truck, what sense does it make to go get a second truck? Like, what makes you think that the second truck is going to be profitable? There's a reason why you're losing in the first truck. You're only going to duplicate what you're doing in the first truck. You haven't figured out how to be profitable in the first truck. And what I realized from talking to people is they don't know cost. The OTR guys, let me put you on something. The next motherfucker you hear say, man, they keep taking cheap freight, ask them what they cost per mile is.
Listen.
They're not going to
know. I tell people that all the time, right? Because I'm like, y'all talking about cheap. There's this notion in OTR that we got to be at $2 per mile. I don't know where it came from. I don't know, like, where people, like, but it's like, this is like a standard. This is what box should be getting. But when people talk about cheap freight, I'm like, cheap freight is subjective to what it costs you to operate. Like, you have to know your break-even point. So, like, cheap freight for you can be different for cheap freight for me.
There you go.
And so on and so on. You know, but if you don't know these things, y'all think cheap freight is just a certain number, like a universal number. And that's not what it is. Exactly. And people will run 3 to 4 months of running, and they just running in a hamster wheel. And by the time you know it, you get 4 or 5 months in, and one bad week, one breakdown away from going out of business. And they spend all this time, never even knew. And I always tell people, I can look at your numbers and tell you where you're going wrong at. Like, you don't even need, I can just show me your numbers, and I can show you all the flaws.
So you know what the biggest critique, like the whole thing of critique, you know, last year, and I think the year before last, what content creators were critiquing me on, this is content creators, because I purposely was saying there was no such thing as cheap freight, and that was driving people in this space crazy. They was driving, they was making video. This guy don't know. And I said, give me the definition. Can you come substantiate it for me? Well, to me, if you're running cheap freight and it's cost you money, to me, that sounds like expensive freight. So I'm fucking them up every way going on. So they're making videos about this guy. But I'm able to articulate myself in a way that you can't combat it because you can't even substantiate what it is.
You know why? Because people who get into trucking, they think it's like a big union. Like, you have those some people like we control the market and all, and the this and this. I'm like, bro, everyone is a small business. Everyone wants to be at we need higher rates. No, you need to do what works for you. So when people talk about cheap freight and I can't run for this, you can't run for that. I can, and I ain't gonna be sitting here listening to you complain. Hey, let me get this. We on the way. Just because you can't afford to operate at a certain rate per mile does not mean that I shouldn't be taking it for this rate if it makes sense for my business. And people do not understand this. I don't believe in cheap freight. I believe in if it works for you, if you can profit at that rate per mile, then that's good for you. If you can't run it, then it's cheap freight for you. But for me, I take that $1.30. I'll take $1.40.
See, and they don't understand the competitive landscape, and then they get upset. Oh, well, you contributing to the problem. That's what I'm saying. Everybody that says that, just counter it by asking them what's their cost per mile. I'm telling you, it works. They're not going to know because anybody that's saying that shit, you can't know what it costs. If you knew what your operational cost was, you wouldn't be worrying about what the next motherfucker is or isn't taking. You see what I'm saying? So if you make content on that, you think you got hate now. Ooh, a lot of people going to hate you because I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. There's more ignorance in this space than it is intelligence.
Oh man, the demographic of people who get into trucking is, I think it's like 97% of businesses are small businesses. Between 1 to 10 trucks, on operators, couple of trucks.
Yeah.
The average person getting into trucking, not just tell people a lot. People just get in how easy it is to just go apply for your MC and DOT number. Get a truck, get on the road.
Yeah, barrier entry is
low. It didn't, no business background, no sense of awareness. You get in, hop on a load board, and you just start taking loads. Nothing that teaches you about business, not that it should be, but people get into it and they just start running with no awareness, no business background, not having a good idea of the business that they're in. And that's just what trucking is full of. It's full of hustlers. It's just a different hustle, but it's very unprofessional. And what I see from people is people have an idea of what trucking should be. And I tell people, at least for OTR, right? OTR it's really strategy is all it is. But it's just what strategy works for you. Like, there's no right or wrong way of how to run freight. Whether you want to stay local, whether you want to run the Midwest, whether you want to run regional, whether you want to run OTR, long haul, short haul. There's really no right or wrong answer. There's just a strategy of what works for you. But I see with a lot of people when they get in with OTR, they're looking for the highest paying freight. That's all they're looking for. They don't know certain things, parceling, or what they call cheap freight, right? I always tell people OTR and trucking, 4 quarters equals $1, right? So if you want to get $2 a mile, you could take a partial paying $1, another partial paying $1, put that together, and then you got $2 a mile or whatever it is. But people come in with the expectation that this is what brokers should pay, and if they're not paying it, then everything is cheap freight, or it's people being cheap, or brokers is, brokers that. I'm just like, y'all got to get an understanding of the business that you're in, and people don't.
My fact. What you think about broker transparency?
Like in a dream world, yeah, I would love it. I would love it, but as far as, do I think that it will ever become a thing? No. I've been ran. I'll give you a situation. I picked up a load from a shipper. I was hauling like 2 crates. It was going from New Jersey to Chicago. It was a partial. They paid me $600 for about, I think $700 for like 700 miles, 750, like 90 cents per mile, something like that. I took it, added another parcel to it. When I came back to drop it off, I talked to the shipper, and we just kind of got to talking. I'm like, he told me, I guess how much they paid to get that shipped out because they had to get it returned. The broker charged him $2,000 to get that shipped. Only gave me $700. They made $1,300 off that load.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a lot of brokers and customers where brokers are making and profiting the margins or more than what carriers are actually making.
Mm-hmm.
So I think in a sense of, should there be some kind of transparency? I mean, yeah, but we talk these companies that's been around for years and generations. Do you think they're going to tell small carriers like us exactly how much they're getting paid? And yeah, I mean, I don't think that'll ever be a thing.
If it does, I know I heard you say in a perfect world you would want it. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think if it did happen, I think it would make things worse. I think it would
For
be. I think it would. I think it would. I think it would parallel sort of what kind of happened as far as for owner operators.
Mhm.
What happened after deregulation of trucking in 1980? Like there were owner operators that were for it. There were owner operators that were against it, but the ones that were for it, I don't think they understood back then what opening trucking up to free market would ultimately do over the course of the years to come. It was ultimately going to
yeah,
drive down rates. So I think if broker transparency became a thing, it wouldn't change anything, it just make it worse. I think a lot of shippers would they would adjust, right? I
hmm
think more contracted mega carriers. I think freight would more freight would go intermodal, ship to the rails. I think the brokers would just sit on shit until they get the lowest bid. I think
yeah,
ultimately it would be worse. I think every time, and I'm keeping it a buck, I think a lot of owner operators they say things based on emotion because they can't figure it out. And every time the last time they asked for something, they got it, and this is the results of it.
mm,
If you go look what a trucker made prior to deregulation in comparison to now, they were better then than now.
hmm
And with inflation, they were better then. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah,
I think what people need to understand is that when you come into trucking, you have to understand what you're investing into. You're investing into a competitive, volatile industry. Capitalism is going to play, right? You're a capitalist. Based
yeah,
on what you said, there's somebody in the chat that got upset when you said you'll take something at $1.30 a mile. They don't give a fuck about what your cost is. They don't care to know. All they know is $1.30 based on that understanding that you said $2 a mile. They're going to look at it as cheap. If it's profitable for you, right? Because another thing, what people got to understand, you're running at scale. I know what it's like to run at scale, right?
hmm
Our margins go down, but because we're making our money in volume.
right,
So I'm a capitalist. You're a capitalist. A lot of people don't understand that they're entering into something free market, free enterprise, and they don't know how to compete.
mm-hmm. When that competition, when it's that right there drives the emotion.
Mm-hmm.
When it's y'all doing this, y'all doing that, stop doing this. It's I think that's why a lot of people kind of not liking trucking or kind of getting out of trucking, is they say it's oversaturated, But I always tell people, like, in trucking, if you can get your expenses as low as possible, you'll thrive.
Mm-hmm.
You'll win. If you know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that people don't understand that model. They see that gross number, and they think that's take home, and that's is It don't work that way.
Yeah, they take it home. They totally take it home, which is robbing from the sustainability of their business. Business has no cash flow, and as soon as an issue arises, like a major breakdown, the business has no cash flow because they rob from the sustainability of the business to cover their expenses at home. So I teach people too about your home expenses. Like you need to understand all this coming in. You may have to sacrifice your cost of living. You might have to get rid of the Hellcat.
That right there. When we talk about why people fail,
uh
that right there is, I think, one of the biggest reasons is because people. I hear people talking about, I want to leave my 9 to 5. I want financial freedom. I want this. I want that. And I'm like, okay, well, if you want to transition from your job to a business, how much money do you have saved? Like, what do you have in credit? Like, what's going to support the business?
mhm,
So when you get the business and you start making money, now you're taking the profits from the business to cover your rent, to cover your mortgage, to cover your car payment, to cover child support, to cover food, all the travel, all this, nails, hair, all this shit. Now the
mhm,
business don't have no money. And I
mhm,
think that's where people go wrong at, is using the business money as a personal money. So now you're just always right here.
mhm,
And I think that's the main reason I think why people go out of business and are unable to scale, because they don't know how to separate the two, and they don't know how to
mhm,
either even dumb down their lifestyle. Like when I first got into trucking, bro,
mhm,
I had a Honda Civic '03.
mhm,
I was driving my Honda Civic for the first 3 years. I had 3 trucks paid off,
mhm,
all paid off in cash. And I
mhm,
still had a '03 Honda Civic. I
mhm,
was still living in a Section 8 apartment,
mhm,
$800 rent.
mhm,
My lifestyle was dumbed down. I stopped traveling. I stopped going out. So I sacrificed a lot because I seen that this is materialistic shit. I can get this whenever.
mhm,
This $3,000, $4,000. People be asking, how can I do this? How can I do that? I'm like, if you're not willing to sacrifice the thing that you have now to get here, then you don't want it, and you're not gonna succeed, because you put value into this shit, and it's not valuable. It's not an asset. It's it's not valuable,
mhm.
and I don't think people understand that concept or is even willing to do that. And that goes into where it's like life coaching a little bit. It's like, yeah, it's business coaching, but I gotta also teach you these certain things of, sometimes you gotta dumb down, scale down your lifestyle. Where some people live up to a certain persona, try to live up to a certain image.
Mhm.
You'll look crazy going from a Hellcat to a Civic, going from Louis designer to, you know, go stop eating fancy, stop eating out, stop taking. You'll go. Some people can't handle that, and
That's
it's
the
like it's
sacrifice.
sad of what we put our value in, especially for like the younger generation. When you say you don't want to work, you want to build something. You can't build and have. You got to something got to be sacrificed.
Mhm,
But the thing about it is people don't know how long. Well, how long I got to sacrifice for? If you want to change your life, there's no time limit.
mhm,
It may take 3 years, it may take 4 years, but you want to get in the business to go buy the Hellcat. You want to go get the box, start a box truck business to go buy these things.
mhm.
And our culture, man, we live in a cycle, and it's sad to see. It's sad to, you know,
Well, you know why? You know why this is happening, though, right?
what you mean? Like,
Why? Why? Because this is a lot. I mean, it's the young generation, Gen Z, later millennials, and then I forget the generation that's coming up after Z. You know why, their mindset is like this, right?
social media, music,
There
content.
you go. There you go.
Yeah,
Social media.
it's a
Social
it's a gift and
social
a
media.
curse.
I said
It's a
that
gift and a
yesterday.
curse.
It was the best thing and the worst thing. It was the best
It's like
thing
a
and the
brainwash.
worst thing. Yeah. And most people's minds aren't strong enough to see the forest from the trees. Uh, and it's unfortunate. Uh, but a lot of people, like you said, they don't understand the level of sacrifice that you have to make uh, building a business, especially the people who are walking away from like a bit like from a job, or let's say like a career. Like I have a lot of people that, man, Mark, I've been at my job 20 years. I'm just tired. Like this whole culture, I'm tired. I don't want to work. This shit wasn't like this 15 years ago. You know,
Yeah.
Dame Dash and all with that, I'm a boss and all that shit has fucked a lot of people up. And it's unfortunate. I'm gonna tell you why it's unfortunate. Something you said earlier. A lot of people are just not made to be business people, right? And then, you know, you get into business ignorantly, the business is gonna correct you up out of it. And a lot of the people that are walking away from their job or refusing to work now because ultimately think they're gonna be this big business owner, and there are gonna be some that make it. A lot of people aren't. In another 5 to 10 years, a lot of the jobs that really they should be staying at now or looking for aren't going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be tougher. You see what I'm saying? So things are going to get worse. In my years of existence, I've only seen things get worse. That's why I try to tell people to make sound decisions. If you're going to come into business, if you're going to walk away from your job that you in 20, like I've had people that come up, call in 20, 22 years. Bro, you got 8 years to go. I just can't do it no more. You already did 2/3 of it. Thug it out another 10 years. I just can't, Mark. Bro, you know what the ratio of success to failure. Yeah, I just can't, man. Bro, you know how many people have called in that have left and then came into this business and failed, bro? Like, you know how many sad stories I've heard because of social media, bro? Social media got people fucked up, bro. It's sad.
Yeah. That's
sad.
And you know, I be transparent with that too, you know, as well. You know, when I tell people, you know, because I'm also in a space where, like, you know, when you get in a space of creating content, right? Like I'm in a space where, like, there's two things. Like I say, I have a business where I have trucks. I have a content page where I post content. And of course, when your content is monetized, you know, you put out certain kind of content, right? Like you put out, whether it's engaging, catching, whether you want to, you know, throw something to upsell the course, you know, whether you want to throw something to just kind of highlight the good, highlight the bad. It's all kind of content. But of course, the content I get the most attention and you know, feedback and interaction is those ones where it shows how much money you make in a week or in a month or whatever. They take that, and that's it. Like that got, like, I'm gonna produce that, but that's just like I can't break down a whole entire business in a 60-second clip. But that's also too where I say it's a gift and a curse, because I teach people and I give people information, but also too I create content that's engaging or selling, and it could be a downfall where people like, man, stop lying, tell people the truth, or you know, I'm gonna go out and start this business because of what you posted or what you did. And it's like, nah, bro, you gotta look at things as a surface. You should never let this be the ultimate reason and it just stops here. Like if this piques your interest, cool. That's one thing. If it catches your attention and it's something you want to dive into, all right, cool. But go deeper and look into it and not just take this one clip and think that this is what the business is. But we're so brainwashed, and this is what some people do, that they don't take the time of even doing no kind of research. They just look at things and they feed off of that. Because we are in a generation where people think is microwaved. You know, like they see this person doing this or this person doing that, and they think everything's supposed to be easy because social media highlights the highlight. It shows the good. It shows the best thing of what someone's doing. When you look at somebody's page, you may see somebody with Hellcats, AMGs, M3s, designer. They don't show you that they probably struggling at home. They don't show you that they missed the bill. They don't. I know niggas in real life that be designer down who sleep at home with their mom in their bed on the floor. They don't even got a fucking frame on their bed, mattress on the floor.
Scammers.
I know.
Scammers.
I know people like that in real life.
They scamming.
Like in real, and I'm like, but when you look at somebody, now you compare yourself because you see another 23-year-old or 22-year-old and he got this and he got that, and you think you behind in life. boy, you know how hard it is to make it in this life. But
You
people
ain't tell me.
will portray it like this shit is so easy, and some people even make fun of, oh, y'all ain't getting it like this, or y'all still doing this. I'm like, bro, if social media is your teacher in life, you need to delete the app because
Well,
that shit is not a real world.
I hate to tell you,
It's
social
not a
media.
real.
I told you this earlier. Social media is a lot of people's teachers in life, bro. It's unfortunate, but that's the harsh reality of it. That's why I try to, you know, give game. And I know some people receive it. Some people just say, "Oh, he's just an old head." You know, the few people that receive it, I'm cool with that. The people that say, "Oh, he's just an old head," you know what I'm saying? Eventually, they're gonna have to circle back around. I've been doing content 3.5 years now. I've had quite a few people circle back around and say, "You know what, Mark, you was right."
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes some people have to just fall on their face before they listen. Sometimes you have to prove people wrong before they listen. Some people don't know how to decipher what's real and what's fake. Like it was a saying back like when I was growing up, uh my grandma used to say, if something sounds too good to be true, then it probably is. A lot of people will just take the shit that sounds too good to be true and they'll just hold it at face value.
Yeah.
So this is just a society that we live in. To me it's sad, and it's unfortunate, but it just is what it is. Even talking about this shit, it gets depressing because I feel like it's affecting our culture the most.
Bro, I was just about to say that shit because it's really our culture who is so easily influenced, who want the most but want to work the least.
Why is
We
that?
want the
I mean,
most shit.
but you could probably explain it to me because I'm an Xer. I'm a Gen X, so I came up in a generation where it was work. We didn't have like gig apps and all like y'all can just turn on an app and just make money. So it was a little bit different then. But why is it? Why is that?
I mean, yeah, yeah, and no. See me, like, just a little bit of background about me. I'm 33,
Uh-huh.
you know, but I come from, my mom. I grew up single mom. My mom battled drug addiction since second grade.
Mhm.
So I've never had, life wasn't easy. I've been in foster homes. I've been in juvenile detention. I caught a felony at 18. I've been in 13 different schools. So every year we moving house to house. So I've always had to work. At 15 years old, my mom told us I don't have money to do school shopping. So y'all got to go out there and work to do your school shopping. That whole summer we had no summer. We went to the car wash every single day and wash cars just to do school shopping. So I come from, like, my background has always been, nothing has ever been handed to me.
Mhm.
Everything I got I've worked for.
Mhm.
But I'm in that age bracket where I was born in 91, so I'm
Mhm.
33, right?
You
But I
got on the
wasn't necessarily.
borderline.
I'm on that borderline of, like,
Right,
I'm
right, right,
not
right.
really solely in the content where, like, I'm like lazy, but I'm like right there in that sweet spot where I'm like, damn, I'm glad I missed that wave, because it's scary. Because I have some younger cousins, I have some younger family members who's younger than me, and they do not understand it. And I'm like, bro, and it's social media. You got to think back then, you
Mhm.
couldn't log, like, when I was growing up. Facebook had just kind of got popping, a little bit of MySpace, a little bit of Instagram and stuff like that. But it was used in a different It was used to more so connect with people. It
Mhm.
wasn't really, like posting the highlights and stuff like that. I think as of, I don't know when, but it
Mhm.
became a time where social media became almost like your resume.
Mhm.
It became like a place to kind of show off. And I think that people under us, or at least under me, when they online and they see how easy people are getting it, it's so easy to sell somebody online. it's so easy to portray something. I think people see and think that it's easy, but they know it's really not that easy. I mean, I will hope they know, but
They don't know.
yeah, they don't because they I don't know, they be delusional. But
Mhm.
it's really social media, bro. You know, and it's crazy because I see it day in and day out where I be seeing 20-year-old. I didn't see some YNs on there. I'm like, I had to question myself, like, how the fuck how the fuck this little nigga got so much money? At 20, I'm talking about people walking around with tens, thousands, $20,000. You got to think in another space. If you being 2021, you see another not another one. You see it all around you on your feed, on your algorithm.
Mhm.
Because when you going down your algorithm, what you searching, what you looking at is going to keep flooding that. So now this is what you're seeing, and you comparing yourself of, I should have this, I should have a Hellcat. So you got people at 20, 21 fucking up their credit, going to go get a Hellcat, working at CVS or Target,
Mhm.
and you spending all your money because you want to. We just in a lazy generation where people
Mhm.
have we're in a lazy generation, but also too where you can capitalize off it because you can capitalize off content. You can sell things online. You can sponsor other companies with like these. We're not doing commercials. You're doing
Mhm.
sponsors now. People
Mhm.
not paying for commercials. They
Right.
paying you to sponsor an ad on your channel. So there
Mhm.
is there is ways to make money easy. Don't get me wrong. It's ways to make money easily, but also too that's not for everybody.
Mhm.
But people think that it's just it could be for them, and it's not that,
Mhm.
so it's I don't know, it's a tough space, I say, because I can resonate with uh with both sides.
Mhm. Somebody got a question for you. Super chat, appreciate it. How do they get access to your mentorship?
I don't even offer mentorship. So I don't offer mentorship, like I say. I think because I did like one or two, and I've had people just have high expectations of what I'm supposed to produce and offer for them, and I'm more so a person where I think that when people get into this space of trying to start a box truck business,
Mhm.
I think that as far as mentorship and what I would charge, I think that in order to kind of get started, there's other routes you can take that will kind of get you started if you
Mhm.
do some research. I think some people do pay for mentorship, they just want to go blow a bag. But a lot of the information that's out there, if you do a lot of research, you could find the information. Now, of course, you may hit a couple roadblocks, which you may
Mhm.
pay for a consultation or something like that. But
Right.
um, I believe in free education, and I think people are lazy to kind of do that, But I don't offer mentorships currently. I think that's something I may kind of start bringing back. Not exactly mentorships, but I am working on something that's the Box Trick Bros Academy, where it's more like a
Okay.
kind of school thing,
Okay.
where we kind of dive into more education, more Discord, more group things, where it's more like community based, which I have yet to offer, just because I've
Mhm.
been working on my business. But yeah, that's
Mhm.
something I am working on, which hopefully within like the next month I should be dropping.
Somebody else said, Sam, talk about the dispatch side of your business. How does it work? Appreciate it.
This by side of my business, man. What goes into it? What works for me? When you get into dispatching, it's going to be a 9 to 5, a 7 to 5. So dispatching is you being on the board, you calling brokers. So I wake up every day, 7 a.m. I'm on DAT load board. On there, of course, I'm calling multiple brokers, trying to book loads for my trucks, depending on what areas that they in. But it's not a side job. It's not a part-time job. It is a 7 to 5. It is a hustle. Um, it is something that I have learned over the course of many failures and many mistakes just in business, like that learning curve of knowing the markets, knowing market rates, knowing the regions to go to, understanding how to partial. One of the biggest things is understanding how freight moves, right? So if you want to be successful in dispatching, you have to understand the lanes and how freight moves. Where when I say freight, how freight moves is the direction of freight. When you understand the direction of freight, you can understand where to send your trucks. You can understand how to position your trucks in certain areas to get certain rates or to parcel up. If you're just on the board with no knowledge, no awareness, you're just taking high paying loads just to make money. You're going to Colorado, you're going anywhere, you're not going to be as successful. So pay attention to the market, pay attention to the boards, pay attention to partials, understand your cost to operate, which is one of the biggest things, knowing your margins, because some people, they'll get in certain markets. What I tell people is a good rate per mile in the Midwest can be a good rate per mile in the Northeast can be a bad rate per mile in the Midwest, just because that market pays different, just like the housing market. You can live in Chicago. I can live in DC. Someone can live in Texas. We all get the same house, same square footage, same upgrades, but that house is gonna be priced different based off of the location of that house. Same thing with freight. You got market rates. So understanding your cost to operate, understanding your market rates is going to be, one of the key things.
Okay. What else you got on the docket? Anything else you want to ask me? Anything else you want to talk about before we? I mean, I can talk. I ain't got shit to do. So if you want to talk,
Yeah,
we can kick it. Because a lot of people seem to enjoy this. It's holding steady. I've seen a lot
yeah,
of good comments. This is fire. This is great content. I think for a while, a lot. I've had people say, "Man, Mark, you need to do something with the box truck bros." I don't know if you've ever gotten that on your side about me, but I'm glad it happened organically,
mm-hmm.
and not
Not like forced.
forced. Yeah,
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. I think this is dope. But if there's anything else you want to talk about, I mean, I we could kick it. I ain't got time. People
yeah,
seem
yeah. I ain't got a whole lot going on. I mean, like I said, I think it's good for the people, because I think that in your space, I think you're very respected, and kind of hear your background. I say I didn't heard about you. I think um from talking to you more in depth, I say that you do have a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge, and I think also for me, I have a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge, and we're both in trucking, but in two different fields, with also like the same amount of success, which I think it's kind of hard to see where people, is going from here to going to there, but to have two people on the same platform that respects the industry, right? Because outside of the content, like I say, I'm very transparent in the sense of, but I'm not here to sell anybody on nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not my goal. Like, of course, the goal is I have content, but I'm always for the people first and making you aware of the industry. So I kind of lead with that in the sense of like, make sure you are educating yourself on this industry, because there's some people who's willing to put their all, empty their savings, to get into this business, and it's not that, and coming from where I come from, I would hate to see you, give up everything or lose everything because I'm trying to sell you a $50 course, or $100 course. Like I'm not that kind of person. There's some people in this content space who push that. Quit your job, leave your job. You still working here? Come. You don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So I like the fact that you also, kind of preset. So to kind of have us both up here on this platform, kind of kicking game on both sides with the experience. I see we have a lot of viewpoints, and we can kind of see eye to eye on a lot of things, which is good for the people. And like you said, I think that they enjoy it as well. So I mean, anything that you want to, talk about, kick it. You want to
I
wrap it up. It's cool.
I I I appreciate you um for coming on. Yeah, just talking to you. You get to know a person a lot more when you talk to them. I'm a good judge of character, and
Yeah,
you know I think you're gonna go far based off what you've done thus far. What you been doing this? What, 5 years now?
yeah. It'd be 5 years,
Five
and
years now.
yeah,
In comparison to a lot of people that have come in this space in the past 5 years, you doing. There's one other person I know. He's actually in my Discord. He's at 7 trucks now.
mm,
I think he did it about the same time. But like to do what you've done in this time, and I think I alluded to that in that video, or maybe it was to the content. I alluded to something. You can't take that away from you. You know, a lot of
Yeah.
people, because you can't get to, because I know what it's like to scale. You can't scale if you don't know what it costs you. You can't stumble up on scale, not to 7 trucks. That's not something you can stumble without knowing what the hell you doing, unless you got a big old bag of money. And I had a lady that came in to my Discord who just had some money, and she got up to 4 trucks, and she wasn't making in the first. She got a second. She didn't make money in the second. She thought the third was going to be the answer. That didn't happen. She thought the fourth, and next thing you know, this lady was literally crying tears. And this was in an open public, so I'm not telling you the story like it happened. She came in my Discord in an open chat room, and this lady was bawling, tears. You know, so even a person who has capital, because they come from money, you know what I'm saying, you can't get to where you get to if you don't know what the fuck you're doing. So at the end of the day, man, you can't do nothing but salute you. That hate, I know we talked about hate, you're going to get it. The more you climb, the more hate you're going to get, both in business and both in content creation, because in content creation, you're very successful. I mean, you know, I'm game to talk, you know, whenever. I like talking. Especially I like talking to like younger people, especially like younger Black people. If I can kind of shift the narrative, because we hear a lot like, you know, we don't have people in our community that help educate us, so, you know, we can conquer the learning curve a little bit better. Ain't nobody coming back. So this is what I this is my way of giving back. So a lot of the trials and tribulations that I went through in all those years of building, if I can help a few people by sharing my experiences, shit that cost me to learn, plus my educational background. I got a college degree in business. So, you know,
I can tell.
I try to get back.
I can tell you got like a higher level of just like education. You know what I'm saying? Just like the way you come off, not just, you know, like your energy, you know, like your character, you know, but just like the way you speak, you know, the way you you know, present yourself, you know. I can just tell that you have like a higher level of education, even with the experience. You know, like for me, like I ain't go to. I tried college because I played ball, you know, but school was like never my thing, you know. But you come off, you know, real professional, and
Appreciate
even outside of trucking, you seem like you had a lot of knowledge on just like the business space, you know. Yeah, so I can definitely tell that.
Appreciate that. Yeah. So yeah, I think you gonna go far, bro. Just off, that's what I'm saying. Just off hearing what you said, some things that I've gotten pushback on, like cheap freight. Everybody in YouTube, well, I ain't gonna say everybody, but a lot of content creators, they was mad at Big Mark last year. They was making content reacting to me, challenging me. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You're gonna get challenged. But the thing is if you know what you're talking about, if you know what you're talking about, you ain't gotta worry about it, because you can challenge them to a debate and winner take all in front of the community. I don't worry about it because I know what I'm talking about. So that's why when you came with the cheap freight thing, the way you articulated yourself is the same way. If you go look at all the cheap freight debate content I did, verbiage, verbatim, what you said, that's the same way I articulated, verbatim. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm like, okay, you know what I'm saying? He gets it. He understands business. A lot of people don't understand business. They think a motherfucker is supposed to give them something. They think just entering into business is enough. Oh, I'm starting a business, so I'm finna run it up. No, it don't work like that, because they got guys like you and they got guys like me that are gonna prey on your ignorance. If you don't educate yourself, if you don't try to figure this shit out so you can compete, it's guys like us that's gonna prey on that ignorance, because we understand it's a competitive landscape. We're capitalists. We're gonna continue to take advantage of you. And I try to instill this into people. Some people get it. A minute amount of people get it. The majority flies right over their head. Yeah. But that's cool. But that's cool too. That's cool too. You know why? You know why?
Why?
Because we need those people too. We
Yeah.
need people to be ignorant, because if people aren't ignorant, we don't have nobody to
It's
take
yeah.
advantage of. It is
Yeah.
what it
See,
is. It's what it is, big dog.
see.
Mhm.
I look at it because, man, you don't know how many people didn't tell me, when I say I'm talking about people, I hear this a lot. You're going to be out of business when I first started, you'll be out of business in a year.
Mhm.
You'll be out of business in 2 years. Trust me, I've been doing trucking for 20 years. I didn't hear some people tell me how long they've been doing trucking and how long. And I'm just
If you've
like,
been
I
if
mean,
you've been doing trucking 20 years, to me that's, and see, this is why I say I had said an exit. 20, 30 years in trucking to me is crazy.
it's like, yeah, so when I hear people say that, I'm just like, it don't relate to me or don't get to me. But also too, I think it's kind of sad because sometimes you'll be trying to preach to somebody and really stress to them and make them understand something that you see and they don't. And it's like, bro, if you were just able to listen and take the information and apply it, you probably could be successful. But so many people are just so ignorant or just don't, want to pay attention to certain things, and that could be their downfall. It's just not listening, not paying attention, and I just see it all the time, and I'm just like, you can't change everybody's mind. Like you said, you can't. Every battle ain't yours to fight. You got to keep doing what you got to do. And you need people like that. But it'd be sad because you'll be, like I said, you'll genuinely try to help somebody, and they just don't get it, and then they circle back around, and people be like, "How?" And I think that's something you said in the video. Like, how is he still in business? Like in a market like this, and that's what people. There's people going out of business because they can't stay afloat in times like this, when freight is dropping and their expenses or it's too high, or there's people going out of business because they don't know their costs operate, and they're turning down freight because they think it's cheap freight. But
Mhm.
if you just work on getting your expenses low, stop spending money, try to pay off your equipment, maybe get your expenses low, you can profit some more. It's a
Mhm.
bunch of different ways, but people just don't understand, the business concept of it. And that's something that I've kind of learned because I went through that. And I learned fast because
Mhm.
I came in financing my truck. I got it at 30,000. I put down
Mhm.
12,000. I
Mhm.
got taxed at a 47% interest rate. So I paid 47% interest on my first truck.
Mhm.
I was that same person where I'm like, I got the dispatch down, I understand I'm making $6,000 a week being
Yep.
an owner operator. Then when I seen that my dispatcher, when I seen that he was the one who was actually controlling the money, and he
Mhm.
was the one who was finding me lows, and I'm like, damn, I'm waiting for another man to tell me when to eat. That can't be me. I need to learn what he's doing because I'm waiting for
Mhm.
him to make me money. So I got out the truck and I put a driver in because I wanted to become the best dispatcher. I wanted to really learn this shit. And I spent so much time, so many L's going to certain states, certain markets, and I
Mhm.
and I learned the dispatching. So when I started making $6,000-7,000 a week consistently, I said, "Oh, I got 2 trucks and I'm making 12." I went out and got a rental. Now I'm like, all right, cool. That's it. Shit, I can go get another rental by just putting down $1,000. I can go get a whole nother truck next week when they got another one. I went from 1 truck to 4 trucks in a month. Had 1 or 2 good weeks. After that, shit went downhill. The
Mhm.
quality of my loads started going down because now I'm scaling with trucks, but I'm not scaling with dispatchers because only one person can handle so many trucks. So now when one thing go wrong, a load get canceled, a driver take off, a driver break down, now a lot of shit starts coming down. I'm not understanding the cost operator. I'm not doing my numbers to actually see what I'm actually bringing in. I'm just seeing I'm making $6,000-7,000 a week with this truck.
Uh-huh.
But when I started breaking down all the numbers, and I had that first bad week after that, and shit started going down, I said, yeah, I'm actually losing money now. I got way too many trucks. I can't parcel the way I want. I'm not looking for quality loads. I'm just spending so much time trying to just get drivers rolling because I don't want anybody to sit. So now I'm booking loads at $1.40, $1.50 just to get them moving, but I'm in a rental. So I'm paying $1,200, $1,300, $1,400 a week, plus a driver, plus fuel. I'm not even realizing I'm not making no money. And when I got rid of all those trucks, all the headache went away. And I went back to making money. And I seen, okay, you know what? In order for me to scale with my business model, I'm not going to scale until I can afford to pay off another truck and afford to operate that truck. And that's been my business model ever since. And I scaled up and bought every truck in cash since then.
See what I'm saying? And if you go watch my content, that's what I tell. Like I literally was debating somebody yesterday. I think it was Kenneth. Yeah, it had to be Kenneth because we always have this debate where I say, man, no, buy cash. Literally yesterday, because he feels like you should use credit, and I say, no, you should use cash. In this industry, you should use cash. And see, you're saying the same shit that I say. That's why I'm like, okay, you get it.
Yeah,
you get it. And I explained to him why you should use cash. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people don't get it. I was typing this guy, Calvin Thomas. Calvin Thomas, I wasn't speaking about Megatruck, and I was speaking about single owner operator. That's just my opinion. From a guy who's been in this industry as a single owner operator, to me, out of all those years, I'm gonna say it like this. If you're that person, that's fine. I'm not knocking, but my opinion, what that does to your body over the course of years as a man, jumping and bumping around on your prostate, eating fucking and see, they don't think about this. So they don't understand why I say, yo, this ain't something. And I know owner operators that have been trucking for 30 and 40 years. You know why they trucking for 30 and 40 years? Because they can't leave for decisions that they said, right. They can't get out for decisions that they made from a financial perspective, shit like that. But over the course of those years, their body is deteriorating. People don't think that sitting like this over the course of 20, 30, as a man, you bumping around. I don't give a fuck if you got air, your seat is air and shit. You're still sitting on your goddamn prostate. You're bumping around. You're eating funny food at truck stops and like, no, that's not. No, you get in, you run it up, you appropriate the money somewhere else so that you can get out and be healthy and live life. I don't advocate for no person. I mean, you could feel different. That's just how my opinion. You see what I'm saying?
I'm with you on that. You know why? Because I've been there. Like I've been on, like, people don't understand how much, like, when people talk about like time, like, granted, I don't got 20 years in, but when I say I've done OTR months straight at a time, I mean months. Not no whole. I'm talking about like sleeping on the seat, running no ELD. I'm talking about driving 12, 13, 14 hours a day, getting 4 or 5 hours of sleep, waking right back up, driving again. I was doing this my first 4 months in business OTR, just over the road. I didn't put a lot of time in on our truck. I'm a single, no kids, so I did nothing but stay on the road and run my money up. That's all I did. That was my main goal. After I seen that the rentals didn't work,
you just dropped the gym.
I stayed on the road and ran my money up.
You just dropped
that was the goal. I need to get out here, run my bag up to get out. Of course, you're gonna have hiccups where you're hiring a driver got to quit. You got to get back in the truck. I was doing that. Right, I couldn't find the right drivers. I ain't had the right systems in place. I'm in the truck. I'm out the truck. The last time I got in the truck, bro, when I tell you my fucking back was hurting, I'm talking about pain, real pain, shooting up my back. I'm like, bro, what the fuck is going on? Like, I can't even sit right, and I got air ride seat. And this shit was so painful. Where I'm like, this ain't it. Like, this shit is not it. Like, I didn't put some time in, but I was also being money hungry too. You know, it's almost like I was addicted to being in the truck.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Some people will tell you something wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
It's not, but when it started affecting my health, like my back, I'm like, yeah, this shit is, I can't even, I legit felt like, bro, I can't even drive no more. I used to could do a 10-hour drive. That drive when I got put over by DOT, back hurting. I drove from Tennessee to PA, a 10-hour, 11-hour drive. in pain. I said, yeah, this shit ain't for me. You know, but not saying that that's the sacrifice you got to make for a certain amount of time. You do got to put some time in on that road. Like I always tell people, like when you get in, you probably want to be an owner operator, get a feel for it, put the time in, have your expenses as low as possible, try to profit as much as you can, save as much money as you can, dumb down all your expenses, all your lifestyle at home, save up as much money because you're going to need that. You're going to need it to scale for business. But I put a lot of time in, got my money, built it up to where now I can scale at a pace. And now if I do have a breakdown, if something do go wrong, I'm still good. People being trucking 15, 20 years in, you still an owner operator because not saying there's nothing wrong with that. That may be your choice, but also too, what decisions are you making that's keeping you from not getting in that truck? And that's the point of learning how to, but I don't think everyone knows how to scale a business. Like I say, because when you get to a certain place, you can't, it's on operator, you worrying about yourself. Then you got to micromanage people, multiple people. You got to have systems for certain things. Running one truck looks different from running three. Running three look different from running 10. Running 10 look different from running 15. So you can't skip a step. You can't go from 1 to 5, 5 to 1 to, you know. So it's like it's a lot of experience, you know. And if you pay attention, business will teach you how to do business. If you pay attention, business will teach you how to do business. Your L's, your mistakes. If you really pay attention to what's going on and not try to make the same mistake twice, you'll be good. But some people make the same mistake over and over and over and over, and just unaware. They just they lack awareness when it comes to business.
You said something. It wasn't exactly what I say. The people that watch my channel, they'll know. I always say business will tell you when it's time to scale. The business will talk to you. You just gotta listen. That fly over a lot of people's heads, but you just said something similar. Another gem that you dropped. Listen, there's a guy that literally. So you talk about hate. Like, I get it too. Like, it was a guy that literally came up here. And you can go into the content last year. This guy, they know what I'm talking about, NW Lou. He literally hated on me. See, you stayed at home till you was 34. Like, I've told the story. Like, I'm scaling my business. When I left the crib, I had a fleet in the warehouse. I bought this place in 2014. I'm still here. You see what I'm saying? So he said, you made it out. You on a soapbox now. You stay. I couldn't stay at home till I was 34. I said, well, that sounds personal. What the fuck that got to do with me? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So, but the gem that you dropped was the fact that you're single with no kids. A lot of people don't understand, like, that was a big part of the reason I was able to move and maneuver and scale and save too. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I try to be transparent, and I tell people, you know what? This is what I was able to do, and here is why. Your situation is a little bit different. If you got 2-3 kids, you got 2-3 more bills. Like, my situation was different. I didn't have those responsibilities. You know what I'm saying? But people will be mad at you because of that. Like, this little guy literally came up here and berated me because he made decisions that I chose not to make. And because of that, he feels like those decisions he made hindered him. And because I didn't make those decisions, and you're a little bit older than me and I'm better off than you, I'm sitting on a soapbox. That shit don't make sense to me, bro. You made these fucking decisions, but you not having no kids and single, man, that's good, bro. Especially building the business. You ain't got those responsibilities, so you could just focus 100% on your business.
That's the the box truck bros, right? Bros is me and my brother. You know, so like when we came into business, I'm the one who, kind of funded the business. You know, I kind of, had the money, had to start up. You know, I'm like, yo, come on, we're gonna leave your job, we're gonna build the business, right? But this is business that we're building. You know, so like all the money that we're making with the business got to go back into the business. So we can't think for now. We got to think in the long run, right? He couldn't do that. Why? Because he got 2 kids at home. So he can't afford to go OTR. He can't afford not to take no money home and put all the money back into the business.
Mm-hmm.
Because he got 2 kids to feed. So we ended up separating in business because our goals was not the same.
Have you ever told
Because
that story before? Of why y'all
Yeah,
separated? Okay.
not in like full detail, but you know, kind of briefly, you know, but like I haven't really like went super into detail with it, you know, but I throw it out there like that, you know.
So
But that's one of the main reasons. And you know, when we first started, things wasn't really taking off. So things are slow. No money coming in. He on the truck for 2 weeks going, you know, this our both first time ever doing trucking. So he traveling. I'm like, yo, we gotta go to Texas. He's like, Texas? We gotta go to Texas? Well, my son gotta go back. He had a birthday. I'm like, yeah, but we trying to build a business, bro. So it wasn't lining up. And I'm like, all right, listen, bring the truck back. I'm about to just get in the truck and I'm about to take off. I can't be held back because these are not my circumstances that's holding me back. These are your circumstances, but it can't affect my business because I didn't put all the money into it. He got off the truck. I started going OTR. That's when I did like my first 31 days straight. That like my first YouTube video or second one or something like that. And I just stayed out on the road for like 3 months straight. Then he started seeing how much money I'm making and stuff like that. But he's also the opposite of me, where he's buying into the lifestyle. You know, he had the cars, the Challengers, the Chargers, dirt bikes. And I'm like, and he like, yo, I'm trying to get into the business. I'm like, you got money. You know, I don't got no money. I'm like, you got a Charger. You got a Gixxer 1000. You got Balenciaga. You got Louis Vuitton. You got money. You don't want to sell it though. So that was his learning point of, damn, I need to disconnect with this stuff in order to get here, because he wasn't working. He quit his job. He sold all this stuff, bought a truck, got into the business, and you know, we still brothers. Of course, he in business too, but I do more like the content and stuff like that. But that was our journey of, you know, I watched him with that firsthand, you know, being held back and being limited.
Yeah, so that tells a lot about you. You was willing to separate from your brother because, you know, I tell people all the time, once you get into business, I look at the business. I've always separated myself from my business. I'm the highest paid employee for the business. The business dictates my day. You know, I'm a slave for the business. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think you kind of took that when you realized that when you separate from your brother. Me and my brother, we day and night too. My brother worked for me from some years, and we had some knockdown drag outs in the office. You know, we day and night. So I get how that is working. I got one last question I want to ask you, unless you got something. But let me read these super chats real quick. Shout out to who is this? Terrell Torrance. This is a Real Wisemen podcast. Appreciate you. A bunch of people said, man, you should be the new host. You know what I'm saying? They said me and you
the new host.
They saying they like this, or maybe we should. You know, I'm not throwing it out there, but I'm just telling you. I've seen a lot of comments saying that, yo, this is a good dialogue. You know what I'm saying? Between you and I. So, but there's been people like, man, Sam should host the Wiseman show. You said what?
Nah, I said I think it's dope. I don't collaborate with people. You know what I'm saying? I think I went on somebody like Instagram Live the other day, but I never really, you know, kind of like collaborated with like no other like trucking networks outside of Truck and Hustle. You know, shout out to my guy Romeo over there. I went on his podcast. He was one of like the first people. Yeah,
I saw that.
Shout out to him. He's one of the first people who kind of really gave us like that platform, you know, like that spotlight to kind of get our story out and stuff like that, you know, which was kind of cool. But outside of like that, on a regular, I haven't really, you
don't talk to people. And I saw a few of those comments like, man, Mark got Sam on this show. God damn, you know what I'm saying? So you like a recluse, you know, as far as
it's it's not a lot of people in this space, man, that I don't want to say respect. It's just I just don't agree with certain things, you know. And I feel like if I'm gonna go on to my platform to kind of add some kind of value, I feel like I wouldn't want to be fake and not like if I don't agree or if I don't really rock with you or your kind of content and what you're putting out, I wouldn't want to kind of get on there and like add any kind of value. I like the organic. I would collaborate with people that I respect, who I feel like
Okay.
is solid, genuine, and stuff like that. If you just a
Well, I appreciate.
monetized
I
platform, yeah,
appreciate
yeah.
that.
So
I
one of
I
those
pre
guys.
and I kind of I think I said that in the Discord earlier. I'm like, he don't really collaborate, so for him to come on, there's got to be some level of, because you're on my channel. I know Kirk is the co-host of that one particular show on this
Hmm.
channel, but I say he's got to have some level of respect because he doesn't collaborate, and for that I appreciate. I'm gonna read this one last super chat. And I got one question that may
Okay.
shake things up. Shout out to Jonathan. Great stream, gents. Sam, you earned respect on this side, bro. Keep doing what you're doing. Wishing you nothing but success. Mark, this was great stream. Lots of gems. 100 is a blessing. Certain individuals were absent. The community would have never got this. Appreciate you, Jonathan, for that super chat. So I got one last question. If you got something for me, it's cool, and then we can wrap it up
Yeah.
after that. If you don't have anything, what's your thoughts? Because here's another thing that I've had informational wars on for years. Not so much recently because it has gone in a. I've never done it, but according to what I see in the content creation space from creators that have done it, it's gone down. What's your thoughts on Amazon Relay?
Ah,
That's a touchy
that's
subject, ain't it?
it's a good question,
Uh-huh.
right? Because I've I've been done everything in this business besides appliances. So I didn't did Amazon. I didn't deal with Amazon. That's the reason why I got into the business is because I seen Amazon Relay.
Mhm.
So my thoughts on Amazon. I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna go a little into detail, a little maybe down a couple different topics on this.
Okay.
Um, I think Amazon. I think Amazon has a crowd that it caters to, and I think Amazon is good depending on your situation. Right
Mhm.
now, when I say that is people who get into trucking, not everyone wants to do OTR.
Mhm.
Not everyone wants to do final mile. Some people are retired 40, 50 or whatever, and they just want to make a couple of $100
Mhm.
during the week. They want something to do in their free time,
Mhm.
right? They're okay with, whatever Amazon has to produce, of what you can make with them.
Mhm.
So I do believe Amazon has a crowd that it can cater to and that it can benefit, which is a small percentage though, because also too Amazon is not everywhere. You have to live in a good location for Amazon. Got to be kind of close by. So I think in that sense, Amazon can be
Mhm.
good or beneficial for someone.
Mhm.
I think if you are looking to build or scale a business around Amazon, I don't think you could do that. I don't,
Mhm.
I don't, I don't think that model works. I think that even with the cost to operate of whatever equipment you're using, I don't think it works with a rental truck. Depending on your truck doing your insurance, that also may
Mhm.
not make sense. Like I say, because depending on what market you're in, you know,
Mhm.
um, some markets are better than others. Some markets are oversaturated. A lot of Amazon is oversaturated. You know,
Mhm.
the the schedule of Amazon, the way it works, right? So
Mhm.
like a lot of Amazon you're doing, you very rarely do hub to hub. You're kind of doing post office deliveries, which is
Mhm.
overnight. So you're picking up 10, 11, 12 in the morning, 10, 11 at night, 12 in the morning,
Mhm.
driving up until 5, 6 in the morning, doing deliveries.
Mhm.
If you're not used to that schedule, if you don't operate on that schedule, that can be a tough schedule to kind of get with because now you up at night, sleeping during the day.
Mhm.
So if you are doing that at 6, 7 a.m., you got to, continue to go on about your day, whatever it is you got to do. Then you got to go back to work. It could just be a hard schedule to kind of adjust to, So
Mhm.
those are my things about Amazon. Um, I think a lot of people are not transparent, about Amazon in full detail. Probably one person in particular who loves to promote Amazon. But I think people don't understand when you come to Amazon is a lot of people showcase the rates and loads that they have up front. So it could be loads that's going 200 miles, paying $400, $500. That's almost $2 or $2.50 per mile. But a lot of people don't understand that when you get to that last delivery from that Amazon warehouse, now you're 200 or 150 miles away from home.
Mhm.
So now you got to drive back 150, 200 miles if there's no Amazon around, which 9 times out of 10 is probably not going to be. Unless you live in like a tri-state area like Jersey, New York, or something like that. But if you just live in an area where that's the only Amazon domicile, you got to deadhead back another 150, 200 miles. So now you're doing 400 miles total for $400, which is still $1.50, $1.60 per mile once you include all the total mileage.
Mhm.
Their loads don't pay high, right? So like you're doing lows $400-500, something like that, or around that range between 2 to 5 years, something like that. You're doing that 6 days a week. You can still probably pull in $2,000 to $3,000, depending on your model, your expenses. That may not be enough gross to cover your expenses and see some different profit margins. So I think Amazon, if you use it
Mhm.
to your benefit, if you can incorporate it, like I always tell people, like if you're going to use Amazon, especially with like OTR, if you can't book a load over the road or you can't book a load on a load board and you're set up with Amazon, run an Amazon load to get you to another area. You can't find a load over the weekend, incorporate that over the weekend
Mhm.
because it's 24/7.
Mhm.
So it's good to kind of implement it in your business, and that kind of goes with having different strategies and not just only having one source of income or banking on just this one stream with just DAT or another load board.
Mhm.
So I think just like anything, it's like it's just situational based. What works for you, and what are you looking to get out of it? So if you say, hey, I'm looking to gross $5,000-6,000 a week, Amazon's not for you. If you say, hey,
Mhm.
I'm looking to just make some extra money on the side, run a couple loads here and there, I'm not doing much. I live in this area where Amazon, yeah, you may could do something like that, but with all those factors, that's that's my thoughts on Amazon. Not for me though. It's not for me.
Mhm. Yeah, I wanted to ask you that. I know it's some content creators that do Amazon content that probably wanted your take on it, so I thought I asked that for them. Shout out to
Yeah.
Midwest. Shout out to Midwest. All right, that's. I think I've exhausted. I probably had some other shit that I wanted to talk about, but I didn't forget now. So unless you got something that
Yeah.
you want to ask me, then we can wrap it up.
Uh,
Unless you want to take some questions, you can ask me and we can take some questions or however you
yeah,
want to
yeah,
do
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that's good. I think we should end off with a few questions. That
Okay.
some people may have or haven't asked, whether it's for me or for you.
Okay.
I think I'm a guest on your channel. So if they got some questions for me, I don't mind getting into that for like a little bit.
All right. I'm gonna take 3 questions, but I don't want no simple questions. You got a guy who's you might not get access to, so don't ask how to get your MC. I hate those questions. It's just like if you got in a room with like Jeff Bezos or something, don't ask him why you started Amazon. Ask him some questions that is going to be beneficial for you getting to the money. Something that you the only way you're going to get this answer is if you had access to this
Yeah,
individual. So the first 3 good questions I'm gonna bring up. So first three good questions. Basic how to get your MC, you
yeah,
know,
yeah. Let's try to
shit
let's try.
like that.
I get those a
Right.
lot, man. Stuff
Mhm.
like that you can find on YouTube, man. You
Google.
can
It's
find.
Googleable. All right.
Should I rent or should I finance? I'm gonna just tell
Mhm.
y'all it's situational based. Look at your own situation. That's something that you can kind of figure out. I think we didn't drop a lot of game on them too. In the sense of that's something that you should also too just knowing your cost operator up front. You know.
I just popped it on the screen. I think that's a good
Oh,
question.
that's a good question.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Mhm.
What's your exit plan, man? Man, man, man. I don't think I've ever been asked that question.
Mhm.
And I don't think I've ever been asked that question. I don't think I've ever even thought about it. I'm gonna say this. This has to be one of the easiest ways I've ever made this amount of money in my life. This has to be probably one of the
I
easiest.
agree.
In my 33 years, I'm talking about when we talk about level of education, experience, certifications. I have no background in nothing. I'm not certified in nothing. I'm a felon. I'm young. I'm black. I'm 33. This has to be one of the easiest ways that I've learned how to make money, which is through a cell phone. Getting on here, making a phone call, calling a broker, asking for thousands of dollars, getting paid the next day. Making money this easy, I've never thought about doing nothing else.
Mhm.
At least not right now. As far as exit plan, I don't know if this is something that I plan to exit, at least right this second. I think I will look into how to diversify and put money in other places. You know, start educating myself on the the investment side. You know, like I said, I'm not super educated on like, was it Roth IRAs, IRPs, high yield savings accounts, stuff like that, stocks. That's something that I'm not well versed on. That's something I really want to get into, real estate, all that other stuff. But I want to find something to make my money make money, which I haven't found yet. I've been doing a lot of trucking and, just kind of like finding my niche. I just got a contract last year, OTR contract. That's been my bread and butter for the last year. But I don't see myself really, doing anything else for right now. I think that I'm in a comfortable space as far as where I'm at in business. I don't plan to scale at any point from where I'm at right now. Um, so my exit plan will probably be to, I guess, learn how to uh, diversify and invest my money. And later on down the line, I would like to look into how to build more relationships with brokers or shippers, and probably get some more like direct kind of contracts, whether that's with larger equipment, if it's flatbed, CDL, semi, something like that. Um, but I still got some more years in me, man. I got a little bit more time into me until I start seeing things, take a turn.
Okay.
That's a good question.
Great question. A lot of people don't
Great
think
question.
about. A lot of people don't think about um, the exit, and I think everybody should think about an exit plan. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just have one. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what else we got. We're not going to answer
Can I
no
say something
ignorant. Go ahead.
else? Can I add on to that?
Sure.
I think I think I've been thinking about that, right?
Mhm.
Like it's funny because I kind of thought about it like the other day when I'm like, man, what if trucking went to shit? What would I do?
Mhm.
Like now, granted, like it's like a yeah. What if something had like what could happen? Who knows, right? But like if this ended today, what would I do?
Mhm.
Or tomorrow, what would I do? What would be my next step of how to keep going? I'm sure I'd probably figure something out, but I did not have the answer to it, and that was scary because I guess it kind of said something to myself in the sense of, are you prepared? Are
Mhm.
you doing things to prepare?
Mhm.
What is a backup, or what is another way? And I didn't have the answer, and it low key was a little scary for me, And
Mhm.
I think it was like a wake up call of you need to start learning how to work smart rather than work hard, because I've been doing this for a while. I've built, but I've also worked hard, But I think when you reach a certain level, I think this when you get into. I heard you quote Warren Buffett. You wouldn't quote Warren Buffett if you haven't read up on Warren Buffett. If you haven't read up on certain things, which I have not done yet. So I think that like
Mhm.
that's another level that I need to kind of get into, because that's when you talk about wealth. That's when you start generating wealth. Generational wealth ain't working in the truck all day and making money.
Mhm.
And you pass down your truck, your box truck to your son, and that box truck keep getting passed down. That's not generational wealth. You know, so I think it's built in like other categories. And
You're
that's,
correct.
that it's funny because I
You're
thought
right.
about that the other day,
You're
and
right. You're right. You're right.
yeah.
But if you're thinking about it, that's good. And then you also mentioned prior to that you want to create some type of portfolio, investment portfolio with real estate, with stock, maybe crypto and other things. So as long as you're
Yeah.
thinking about it, you just got to create an action plan, because even with an exit date, there could be some what we say an investment black swan event that could occur, and you may have to make some changes. But if you are, when the money's coming in, you're doing good and you are appropriating your funds in the correct places, you're okay. The problem is a lot of people don't do that. I actually
Yeah.
talked about this in one of my lectures the other day. You have people that they're making money, and they don't think about what you're talking about and what I talk about, and then for whatever happens, it happens. Something happens, and then they
Yeah.
always talk about I should have did this when the money was coming in. Like I know people that was getting to a bag back in the late '90s, early 2000s, when it was it was a different game going on back in the '90s and early 2000s. I think you know what game I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And these guys work at Amazon now.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with working at Amazon, but if you was making this type of money back then, and let's say you didn't get caught, and you had all this money that you had that was coming in free and clear, you blew it on dumb shit. Now you looking back like I should have did this and I should have did that. So even from a business perspective, a little bit of the profit, shoot it over here.
Yeah.
Shoot it over there. Diversify it into this. Shoot it over there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I mean, you thinking about it. So you just need to just start researching on where you want to put your money, and just take action. Take action. You'll be all right.
Yeah.
Let me see. Yeah, it's all good. Let me, because I've seen some questions. There's a bunch of questions, so I'm gonna go the first 3 good ones. I know why he asked that question. It's somebody I know that's in my Discord. He was one of the people that asked me what I thought about the box boat, but he's one of the people that came in my Discord and he's just stuck. He's like, don't you know how like you always got like somebody that you just like, man, this dude is like, he's always looking to me. It's went outside of the trucking. Like I'm advising this dude on life decisions, and he's just like, man, he's like one of those types of guys. I kind of like try to guide him in the right direction because he kind of like a knucklehead. But he kind of had an issue with y'all. I don't want to pull him up because the show been going good, so I don't want to.
I'm here for whatever. You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, whatever you want to address, whatever you want to talk about.
I think he bought a product from y'all. And I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. And I ain't going. Yeah. The people that follow my channel may know who he is. But he 2 weeks. So that's long he lasted. So he went through 10 grand. And his business, he was in business 2 weeks. 2 weeks and 10 grand. And when he first came in, he was upset. You know what I'm saying? I forgot how it, the conversation went, but he just asked a question in the chat. And I don't want to bring the question up, but I just think this.
Listen, I mean,
I don't want to bring it up, man. Go ahead.
Me personally, I say I am on my channel, on my page. I'm sure you the same way, transparency or whatever. I don't know what the question is. I don't know what to say, but I never have no issue talking about bringing nothing up. I don't run from nothing. I don't. That's not the kind of person I am. Good, bad, mistake, not a mistake. I'm just a man of.
All right,
Uh,
integrity.
but it's up to you. It's
I
up
ain't
to
gonna,
you.
I ain't gonna, cause it's a messy question. I ain't
Okay.
gonna do it. I just wanted to throw it out there because it's listen. Somebody else came up on the channel
Uh huh.
earlier this year, and he just like there's some people, and I'm not saying he's one of them. I wasn't creating content during the pandemic. During that height of the pandemic, I started creating content in 2022. By that time, it was on the decline. But a lot
Hmm.
of people that, some people that I've collaborated in the past with that were content creators, there's people that came into the box shop business during that period, and they hold the content creators that were creating content during that time period responsible for their failures. Do you see that? Have you seen that before in the space? Have you
Man,
seen?
I'm listen. I'm responsible for people who buy my course. Just like I said
Mhm.
with the mentorship, people who
Yeah.
buy my course, people who sign up for the mentorship, people who did not succeed, people who expected this or like I'm held responsible for it
Mhm.
because whatever the reason is. So yeah, I get a lot of that. I mean
Mhm.
that's a that's a regular day for me.
Mhm.
As a regular day. But yeah,
How
I get that a lot.
how many
Because
how many like how many comments and like DMs and shit do you? I'm
man,
just
bro, if
curious, like
I got. I mean,
from a
it don't
negative
stop.
perspective, for real. Like it's like that.
Oh, no. I mean, so in the comments, yeah,
Yeah.
I get. I mean, in my DM, I get people, who some reach out for help, some reply to certain stuff. Hey, I'm looking
Uh-huh.
interested. But
Yeah.
like in the comments, man, when things go viral, I know how to make a video go viral, right? So like
Uh-huh.
I know how to work the algorithm. I know how to make something go viral. If I want like views or if I'm trying to, get something out there, if I'm trying to
Mhm.
sell a course or whatever, sell some information. Like I know how to put together something that goes viral, right?
Right. Right.
Lately I have not really even been advertising my courses because
Mhm.
I've been having a lot of stuff going on. But yeah, when the video goes viral, I mean, you have some people that's cap. I try to show me calling brokers. I show my Raycons. That's cap. He lying. He this. I get it all day, and it is what it is. It kind of come with the space, but
Let me
yeah,
ask
I
you
get.
this. Let me ask you this, because now this is leading to some. I'm gonna get back to the. I know we got two more questions.
Uh huh.
I don't know how you move around, but at the level you're at, and I know you alluded to a few times that you get love, but you get hate. When you move
Hmm.
around out in the world, like, do people approach you? Is it all love in the
Oh
streets when they
yeah,
approach you? Okay, well
yeah,
that's
yeah.
good then. That's
Yeah,
good.
yeah, yeah. I mean, like, so, like, obviously those comments. I said, I didn't see some. Man, I didn't. It was a nigga from Chicago. I think nigga
Mhm.
said he had killed me or some shit like that. I said,
Why?
God, bro, I don't know. Like I've never. The nigga just hated me. Like I've never. And this was like like he sent me a DM and it was like responding. And he just sent a couple DMs and it was just something like, "Don't ever come to Chicago." I'm like, I seen it. I seen it, and I, like you'll see a DM that has a request, and I'm like,
uh,
damn, this dude been messaging me for three months now, a whole year. I never even seen it, but I didn't had that, and I remember vividly because I'm like, damn, bro, like people really. And my boy had to point out because I'm like, bro, I'm just a regular dude, like, bro, but there's some people who look at you
mhm,
like, yo, let me get a picture, yo, can I do this? I'm like,
mhm,
I mean, all right, yeah, cool,
mhm,
but in person, everything's always been love. When I see people in person, some people, yo, I appreciate you, yo, I respect your channel.
mhm, mhm,
I follow you, so I never met someone in person who was like
mhm,
on some bullshit, but I didn't seen it in the comments where, you know,
mhm.
stuff like that. I mean, probably I think that one guy because he really stuck out and say it probably killed me or some shit like that. But yeah, I get some negative comments like this dude a scam, he cap. I get that all the time.
All right, let me see. Let me go back to the questions. Let me see. I seen one. I seen a couple questions, and I can't hold on. Let me find because the chat been rolling. It was about $5,000. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
5K. You know, sure. So let me ask. You know, this wasn't a question. I'm gonna ask you this, and then I still
Mm-hmm.
got two questions, but this popped up
Okay.
because I had a bunch of debates. I get a lot of hate. I did a
Mm-hmm.
live stream and I clipped it because I was cooking about how you can't start a box truck business in fact with $5,000. And I
Not at
knew it
all.
was going to get a lot of hate. That's why I threw it out there because I know it's a lot of ignorance. What's your
Yeah.
thoughts? Can you start a box truck business with $5,000 or less?
Nah, not at all. Nah. I mean, I think that's what some people push, which I hate. Because I think everyone has different objectives in in this space of creating content. Is
Mhm,
um that's a selling mechanism that, yeah, you like, yes, now can you start a business for 5,000? Yes, for sure you can. You can go get the paperwork. MC and DOT is only 300, right? You can go get
mhm,
all your equipment. You can go rent a truck for $1,000, 700
mhm,
bucks.
mhm,
That's less than 5,000. You started a business,
mhm,
but that's not good business practice. You ain't gonna succeed that way.
mhm,
You gonna throw away the 5,000
mhm,
for sure.
mhm,
But can you just solely start a successful trucking business with 5,000? No. Can you
mhm,
start the business with 5,000? Yes, but you're gonna need more than 5,000. But the same way people live check to check, there's people who get into trucking and live load to load. And that one bad week or that one bad load is gonna put you right out, because this is I tell people all the time, man, trucking is it's a game of having, you got to pay to play. The more money you got, the longer you gonna play the game. The less money you got, the shorter you gonna play the game.
mhm,
And when I say play the game, it's not like actual game that you sit down at the casino and pull the slots, but it's a game where it's a learning curve.
mhm,
You know what I'm saying? So while you're trying to learn the business and learn what works for you and your business model, like I say all the time, you got to figure out what works for you. So your time frame of when you find a driver, when you learn how to dispatch, the connections you make, whether it's a lease on, whether it's final mile, whether it's contracts, how long does that take before things take off?
mhm,
What are your expenses like? So while you're trying to learn the game and learn this business and figure out how to make money, you got a $1,200 note due every week. You got $1,200, $1,500 fuel due. You got an
mhm,
$1,800 insurance due every month. These
mhm,
are bills you ain't never seen before in your life.
mhm,
So you dealing with a real problem. So especially when you got a rental, like, it's if your note is due every month, you got 3 weeks to figure that out. You got 4 weeks to figure that out. When you
mhm,
have a rental truck, that note is due every fucking week. So you have 2 bad days in that week, you done the next week. You cooked. You
mhm,
missed one load, you done. So it's a shorter game with that rental truck rather than, if you finance and you're doing a month to month. But yeah, you can this game, man, you gotta have a bankroll. Like, your transmission can go out for $10,000. If you got
mhm,
10,000, you can pay 10,000 and get it fixed. You're gonna be broke, but you live to
mhm,
get a load another day. You go run up some more money. If you
mhm,
don't got 10,000, get that fixed.
mhm,
Now you done. So it's a money game. And it's just about how soon you catch on and you get things rolling. But nah, 5,000 won't work. Not
okay.
not succeeding.
I agree. You need working capital.
Yeah.
I think this is a good question, but I mean, you can. What is better, business to business, revenue, or business to consumers? Let me see. Let me see. All right. Does adding a sleeper mess up your money load options?
Yes, for sure. That's a good question. Um, for two reasons, we're gonna say weight and space. So when you're dealing with the non-CDL space that we're in, right, with box trucks, is you want to be as close to a 53 as you can, right? Which is going to be 426 foot of deck space, scaling about 94, 9200, whatever, your trucking gross. Whenever you cut into the box and you have a sleeper, you're taking away space from the cargo. So if you can fit 12 pallets with the 426, you cut in 3 feet, now you can only fit 10 pallets. That one load, that's 12 pallets paying $1,200 or $1,000, that can make or break your day. If you can't get that load, you can probably sit for the rest of the day because that one load was the load that you need to kind of get out or get moving. So when you're doing a non-CDL space, you're going to need as much space as you can work with. Um, I think that you can go with a sleeper, right? If you're talking about driver comfortability, if if you're not worried about catching every single load, but depending on what space you're in, you can't afford to miss a load. So I don't think that, is doable. You can also do the sleeper on top of the truck, where people is not cutting to the box, but they putting the sleeper on top of the roof. And it's kind of like a coffin up there, and you kind of go to sleep up there. That's also like an alternative, which is about like $5,000 if you got to invest in. But most people don't really got 5,000 to kind of invest in something like that. So something like that, like I say, when you kind of getting into it, it's a space where when you first start, don't worry about nothing. This is gonna be a grinding stage. Get out there, grind as much as possible. You're in the trenches. Once you start to build up your bag, and you kind of got some working capital, you got some money set aside, you can afford to invest in the sleeper. You don't need every single load. Your 30th age, you may have a contract. Like I have a contract, so I have a contract. My truck's got sleepers in it because it don't require the 426 feet of space. We go with 24, 23 feet. So it's kind of subjective depending on where you at in business, but starting out, it would definitely mess up your money. So I recommend not getting it starting out.
Okay. I got one. So one last question, and before I pull, let me just get this super chat. Shout out to y'all. I've learned a lot from you both, and just secured a dedicated route home every day. And I'm just 145 days in. Congratulations to Shark Life Transports and more.
Yeah, man. Shout out to you. Can I say something about that?
Go ahead.
Just like
Yeah.
I like to hear these stories, and I like when people chime in like that, right? Because I think that when people look at content, they only see they only see a few people that's successful, right? And I think sometimes they can kind of be uh portrayed as there's not a lot of other successful people because they're not seeing it, right? But and I think that gives hope to those people, when they say, oh man, my throat is only 90 days old, or I've been in business 6 months. There's people out here that's actually thriving. There may be some people who's doing better than me, which I'm sure there is, who may not be on social media. There may be someone who got a contract their first 2 months in business, 3 months in business, right? But when you see things like this, don't just look at it like, man, he had a contract and he 145 days in, right? Look at more so about like the amount of work that he may be putting in, right? Like whether it's cold calling shippers, building relationship with brokers, kind of going door to door, just doing a lot of research on how to get these things. Nothing's going to fall in your lap, but I like when people show that they may be ahead of the curve, or it may not take them as long as someone else, because people see things like that as possible. In my first 145 days, I ain't made no kind of money, but just so people out there, who's in the business, things like that is possible, for you. It's just about how much work you put into it.
Okay. Now this next question, it's a good question. One, if Kirk was here, well, let me tell you, I'm gonna give him his flowers, even though he left me hanging. When he does partials, some people have crowned him the king of partials. A lot of people don't get partialing. And I think the reason they don't get it is the same reason they don't do the math. They don't know their cost per mile math. So if you don't do your cost per mile, you'll never get partialing, right? Because you're not going to get the math that's associated with it. Kirk is really, really good at partialing. This next question is about partialing.
Mm-hmm.
How do you manage your time when you parcel your loads?
Okay. So I'm guessing Kirk is in a 53 foot.
He's in a 53 foot now. Yeah.
Yeah. So um, the thing about parceling, especially with box trucks and less space, um, you have certain brokers who, which is very common now, where brokers post loads that are partials, but they have dedicated requirements on it. Right? It could be uh, 2 pallets paying $1 per mile, 75 cents per mile, but it's pick up today, deliver tomorrow, 6 a.m. appointment. It's not a true partial, right? Because it's just it's too many restrictions on it. So you have to find partials that are flexible. Like my rule of thumb, the first thing I look for with the partial is it has to have a flexible delivery date and time. Monday through Friday, 8 to 3, a certain kind of window, unless it's a decent paying partial and I know I can get it there because I already had something kind of going that way. So you got to find partials that are flexible. Second thing is you got to find partials that are. I like to do my partials within a 800 to 1,000 mile radius. Reason being is because when you're parceling, let's say 400 to 600 miles, right? 400 to 600 miles is going to be about one state over. So we're talking about like going from like Illinois to Michigan, Illinois to like Ohio, Illinois to Indiana, something like that. There's not a whole lot of space in there, in between there, to pick up something from like a major city. The distance between Chicago and Indianapolis is about 200-300 miles, but the major city is Chicago and Indianapolis. After that, you have maybe like St. Louis over to the left in Missouri. You may have to the right in Ohio, uh, Cincinnati, Columbus, stuff like that. But I like to do uh, 1,000 mile partials because in between that, it's at least a 2 day transit, and also I could pick up loads in between that within other states. So from Jersey to Minnesota is 1,200 miles, but I have PA, Indiana, Ohio, Illinois, maybe come down to West Virginia, Wisconsin. I have so much space in between that to kind of pick up another partial. So just kind of having that flexibility, knowing, time, knowing what time you're picking up, that's gonna probably be like the best bet. But if you're taking these partials from these brokers where it's pick up today, drop off tomorrow, you're not gonna have time to find another partial. Then you're gonna be stuck with running that one load at $1 per mile. So I never recommend parceling in a small radius because is not a lot of time to kind of get it there. So when you partial within 1,000 miles, if you don't find something where you're starting off at, let's say we pick up in Jersey, and I got to get moving by 12, that's fine. If I didn't find nothing out of Jersey, I can pre-book and find something midway in Detroit, Michigan, Ohio, stop off there, pick it up, and keep on moving.
You think parceling is a big part of your success?
Major. It's the major. And this is what I caught somebody with, because somebody told me I would never take a load paying $1 per mile. Right? You know what I asked him?
What's that?
I said, would you take a full truckload for $2 per mile? He said, yeah, of course. It's paying $2. I said, so you would fill up your entire truck with 12 pallets for $2 a mile? He said, yeah. I said, but you wouldn't take a load for $1 per mile? 1 pallet, 2 pallets, 6 pallets? He said, nah. I said, so when we break down 12 pallets for $2 a mile, what do you get? So when you do the math of $2 per mile divided by 12 pallets, you're getting each pallet for 16 cents per mile. So if I get 1 pallet for 75 cents per mile, that's a good rate. If I add 12 pallets for 75 cents per mile, that's a good rate. So you have to understand what you're getting for that partial. If I'm getting 2 pallets for $1 per mile, I have 10 pallet spots left. People don't understand that math. And when I broke it down to them like that, they're like, well, damn, I am taking 12 pallets for 16 cents per mile. You're right. I know I'm right. So is $1 per mile for 1 pallet, is that cheap freight? But people look at the rate of what you're getting paid, but not how much space is taken up. So when you start learning how to put together 4 quarters, 10 dimes, 100 pennies, 20 nickels to get this, and you learn how to build it up, then you can make some money. And when you pay attention to the market, that's one thing I did is when people say I'm not moving my truck for this, that's what made me be able to go from just having or booking dedicated loads to where I'm like, okay, you know what? I see that brokers are now paying parceling a lot of loads. Damn near everything is a parcel now. So I need to find out how to make this make sense. So now I only look for partials because because the dedicated loads sometimes don't pay as good as what I could put together as a partial. You know, so when I look for a partial long haul loads, right? So now I'm getting 2 pallets, a dollar per mile. I'm going 1,200 miles. I'm getting $1,200 going from Jersey to Minnesota. I'm already at $1,200. I could find another 7 pallets, and not every load pays $1 per mile. Some parcels you get a parcel of a 53 footer, so that parcel may pay $1.40 or $1.50. You know, so just being OTR, you have to have a bunch of different strategies. You can't just run that one pick, one drop. But that's also something too that I specialize in, which is teaching people how to partial, especially within this market. You know, with rates dropping and stuff like that. Um, yeah, you know, that's been one of like my key things is partial loads.
All right. That's it for me. I think that last one, you know, yeah, everybody was soaking that up. So I might have to
Yeah.
throw that on members only. I don't know. I'm just kidding. But that's it, man. I ain't, you know, I think this is a great dialogue. Hopefully people, you know, took a lot away from this, and I appreciate you for coming on. You got any final words before we get out of here?
Nah, man, no final words. I mean, other than, you know, like I said, I appreciate you, you know, having me on here. I appreciate, you know, what you do, you know, for the community and the sense of education, you know. And the biggest thing too is, you know, um, no matter how big the platform is, you know, I will say I've seen you be consistent with just putting out education, you know, consistent with trying to get that point across because I think that's needed. I also think that there's something that I feel like I need to kind of learn from as well and kind of implement within my own space, you know, because outside of, um, you know, my business and, you know, my platform, there's still a responsibility that, you know, a lot of people look to me for, you know, as far as guidance or information and stuff like that, education. And sometimes, you know, that imbalance of, you know, promotional content versus educational content kind of gets, you know, a little, I guess, kind of fell through because I don't really post a lot of that. I don't really do this a whole lot, you know. So to kind of come on here and chop it up with somebody who's like minded, who has um, a very great perspective of life and business in general, you know, and also too, I see that you got a passion for it. I got a passion for this shit too, you know what I'm saying? I think that you got a passion for it as well, which is why I think that we kind of are able to kind of share this space and just kind of flow and let, you know, just let it ride and it feels organic, you know what I'm saying? So I
Yeah,
definitely appreciate you. Yeah, appreciate you having me on here, you know, and being able to kind of educate people because I don't do this often, you know what I'm
I
saying?
know,
But
man.
yeah, this shit was cool. I ain't gonna lie, it was cool,
Yeah,
you know, because it reaches people, you know, and
yeah,
people need this. People
yeah.
definitely need it for sure,
I
you know.
appreciate it too. I appreciate it too because I'm gonna be honest, and you know, I talk to a lot of people, you
Mm-hmm.
know, especially in your age range, and it was very refreshing to have a conversation with someone. Well, it's obvious that you get it. We can see that you get it from your content, but talking to you, there's things that, you know, and like I said, I don't really watch a lot of Instagram, but talking to
Yeah,
you, you know, your mindset is where it needs to be. So I see
yeah,
you doing great things, and I see you going far and beyond just trucking. It doesn't stop with trucking with you. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? And this is a great conversation. I want you to hold on. I'm gonna end the live, but I just want to holler at you. Be in the green room after I end the live. Somebody just
Okay.
dropped a super chat real quick, and I want them to be able to get the answers. Sam, what business books do you read?
You know, it's funny, bro. I've never read. I don't read. I never read a business book. I've never. I've never done none of that. Um, you know, I think I've got into trucking. I fell in love with trucking. I've eat, sleep, breathe trucking, or at least the non-city or Bostwick space. You know what I'm saying? It's like kind of what I do all day. I've been learning and trying to perfect my craft and my business, but I don't do a lot of reading. I don't do a lot of soaking up a lot of educational or like studying people, which I kind of want to do, and it's something that'd benefit me a lot more, and I think that'd give me a lot more clarity and probably more direction and maybe what I want to kind of go into in the future. But yeah, I don't. Sad to say, man, I don't really read a lot of business books or read at all.
Okay. Can I give you a book to read
Yeah,
that
for
I
sure,
read?
man.
It doesn't
Is
pertain to trucking, but it's a great book.
it Rich Dad Poor Dad?
Hell no.
I'm
I
not
mean,
saying, man. Don't.
that's a good book, but that's what everybody.
Everybody say that shit. I'm like, okay, yeah,
The person that really don't understand business, that's the book that they're gonna get you. No, I
okay.
read the autobiography of Sam Walton. It's called Made in America. You can get it on Amazon probably for like $6 or $7 on paperback. It has nothing to do with trucking, but there is trucking in it because Walmart built a great logistics network. The reason why I say that is because to me, Sam Walton is one of the greatest capitalists of all time. And if you
Mm-hmm.
have a mindset of a capitalist
Mm-hmm.
scale, and if you read that book,
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, it's going to change. You already in that direction because if you just think of Walmart, what did Sam Walton do? What does Walmart, continue to do? I'm old enough to remember what Walmart did to big box retail. After the big
Yeah.
box retail boom, big box retail kind of boomed after the deregulation of trucking because consumers were able to get shit a lot cheaper because transportation rates went down. But as Walmart started to blossom because of that, they started to put a lot of these big box retailers like Venture and Zare and Ames and Montgomery Ward and so on and so forth out of business. But if you
Mm-hmm.
read that book, I'm telling you, in trucking, it's gonna take your mindset to
Mm-hmm.
a whole nother level, bro. That's like a hidden gem book that
I got a
because everybody
bookmark.
wants to read. Yeah, everybody want to talk about Rich Dad Poor Dad and the 4-hour work week and shit like that. But that to me is a great book. So read that when you get a chance. All right, guys, I appreciate everybody for coming. Hold on, so I want to holler at you in the back real quick. I appreciate
Okay.
everybody for coming out. Hopefully, you guys learned something tonight, and maybe me and Sam will run it back, in a year or so and chop it up again. Until next time, y'all. Peace.